Now, what we are going to cover is when we talk about automation or Selenium or any other tool, according to me, tool does not matter. The core concept of all the tools are same. If you understand the core concept, then we can try it on Selenium. And if time permits, third day of the Selenium, which is the last day for the Selenium, first 3 days we are going to spend on Selenium. Mainly automation using Selenium, I will say. Last day, if time permits, I will give you option that choose any tool, whatever tool is available. Within 2 hours, we can try that tool, apply the same concepts, and you will be able to automate using that tool also. Right? So what we are going to discuss is that what is automation first? Tell me. What's your understanding of automation? When we say test automation, what does that mean?
You're running the test cases in a automated way. Like, it's automatic. It's
Yes.
automatic.
Absolutely. Absolutely right. So what you're saying is whatever we are executing manually, if we run that automatically, that's called test automation, right?
Yes.
Now, come to the point. If you have to execute a test case manually, what are the general tasks we perform to execute the test case? What is the first task we do? I can give you example. I can give you example test case. It can be test case can be through UI, test case can be through web API or web services or command line, anything, right? So assume that I'm giving you a first UI test case, which says that the steps are click on start, then launch MS Word, means click on MS Word icon. MS Word will be launched, click on file, open dialog box will be displayed. Then type this path and file name and click the open button. It will open a file and ensure that the file contents are these. So this is your one test case. What is the first task you are going to do? If you have to execute this manually.
You have to make sure that everything is available. Ready, your environment is ready, and your data is ready.
No,
That's the first thing.
assume those are the prerequisite. That is already done. Now you have to start the execution.
Oh, okay. As a manual?
Automation, yes, manual. Automation will only execute whatever you want it to be, right? So assume that this is the test step, which I have explained. Basically, you have to open a MS Word file. Now, what is the first task you do? Say you are reading the test steps. First step says click on start button. What you will do? You will click on start button, right?
Yeah.
Now, how do you know that left side bottom is a start button?
Based upon mockups, requirements.
It's okay. Requirement has shown the start button icon, but when you are going to execute, how do you know that this is the start button on the screen?
Based on what it says on the button.
So basically, your eyes will recognize the objects. Am I right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is the first step in any manual test execution, that how we recognize the elements and objects. Right?
Correct. Yes.
Because our eyes generally record everything or recognize everything as image. But when we talk about the tools, there are the different methods to recognize the objects. Some tools are calling it as element identification, like Selenium. Some tools are calling it as object recognition, like UTP. Some tools like Coded UI, which is a C# tool, Visual Studio, they call it as UI map. So our first step is how to identify the elements and how to create an object repository. Every automation tool supports this. Now, suppose now you know that this is the start button because your eyes has recognized it. What you will do then in Microsoft Word test case? After that, now your eyes have recognized it. What you will do?
You click it. You move your mouse and click it.
Click it, which means you perform the actions using your hands and mouse and keyboard. So that's the next step in every automation, how to perform actions. Every tool supports actions. Now, through the UI, how many actions we can perform? One is click, double click, right click, drag drop. What else? Hover, mouse hover. Then different select.
Type on the field.
Then type is the third part, we pass the data. So that's the third part, how we pass the data to the tool or application. Right. And then, okay, if it's a touch application is supporting the touch screen, then the actions may be tap, double tap, pinch out, pinch in, drag drop means zoom, pinch out, pinch in for zoom. So different touch actions also. Nowadays, general applications are supporting touch actions. So those can be the part of your library also or your automation. Third part is how we pass the data. Generally, we enter the data using mouse or using keyboard. So each tool will have a different commands or APIs which we can use to enter the data, right? And what is the last step you do? Once you're done with your executing test case execution, you compare the results. Your eyes will read the output on the screen and then compare it with the expected result, right?
Yes. Yes.
So that we call it as comparison. Now, again, different tools has a different terminology to do the comparison. Like in Selenium, Selenium does not have any inbuilt commands for comparison, but it uses its underlying JUnit framework or TestNG framework, whatever we are using, asserts for that. So we call asserts in Selenium to do the comparison and decision pass or fail based on the asserts, right? And like if you talk about QTP or UFT, they call it as verification point. It's the same thing. We have to verify the output with the expected result. So these are the 4 things we always do for any test case when we execute it manually. Right? Now, if we can understand in Selenium how we can use all these Selenium commands, we are done with the automation. Then next step in the automation will come. Once you automate, you will hard code everything initially. Everything will be hard coded. Then maintenance will be more. So what we do is to reduce the maintenance efforts, we have developed the frameworks, different type of frameworks like data-driven framework, then keyword-driven framework, hybrid framework, page factory. So all those are the different frameworks we use to ensure that we can develop the reusable components and it will be easy to maintain. That will be the major focus, right? Okay, so now come back to our, so if you see here, our major topic is why automate. We all know that automation will not help you to find new bugs. Am I right or wrong?
Yes.
It can only help you to find the bugs in the existing functionality which was working before. It cannot help, mainly regression bugs. It can help you in finding the regression bugs. If you want to find a new bugs, yes, it can do now or maybe in next 1 or 2 years when artificial intelligence will be the part of our automation practically. Currently, a lot of research, lot of work has been going on, but we have not reached to the stage where it can start finding the new bugs, but It can help us to ensure that whatever application was working before, it is working now also. So mainly it can help you to speed up the execution and find the regression bugs. But that is not everything has a baggage. Automation also has a maintenance package. So there are the risk. If we won't plan it properly, then we can end up doing a lot of automation, but we won't get the results. So concentration should be given what to automate and how to automate. Then you may get the benefits. I have seen the live examples, like I can share the real story. There was a product in one of the company. Have you heard about Illustrator?
Adobe.
Yes. So I was responsible for releasing Adobe Illustrator worldwide. When I got that product, I have got the test suite of 60,000 test cases. It's really huge, right? 60,000 cases because it's a 30 years old product. Now what happened is, good part was when I got this product, I got the automated suite also 100% automated. And I was literally dancing that, man, this is in good shape. So when I executed that automation, I asked 3 or 4 my managers that you can take care of this area, you can take care of other area. And after 3-4 days, they were able to set up the machines and execute the automation on the last released build. So we opened the champagne to celebrate the first milestone. Everything was good. But then when I went to the customer issues database, customer reported problems, every year more than 500 bugs were being reported by customers. On one side, we are executing 60,000 automated test case on every build. And on the other side, every year more than 500 bugs were being reported by the customers. So of course there is a gap. There was one country who stopped upgrading the product from the last 6 releases, which means from the last 9 years, they did not upgraded the product because of bugs. Then we started analyzing that. What's the reason for that? And what we did was we instrumented the build with code coverage tool and got a same product, but code coverage tool was the part of that. Then we ran our automation on that, and the report was showing that code coverage was just 22%. Now, no wonder why customers were basically cribbing. Now, realize that we have automated 60,000 test cases, but code coverage was 22%, which means our automation approach and strategy was not right. Now, I'm really happy that you all are basically you have been devoting time in the manual testing. You understand the effectiveness of test case. So what we did, I created a SWAT team, and they took 3 months to figure out that, okay, what was the problem? And then we picked 19,000 automated test cases. And we have designed 1,800 manual test cases on the top. And we ran that 21,000 test suite on the same build. Code coverage was 69%. So what was the benefit of automating those 41,000 extra test cases? Wastage of time. $2 million were wasted in automating those 41,000 test cases. So it's not that, okay, we should automate everything. We should automate only the things which we feel that will help us to speed up the time and improve the coverage. That should be our goal. Right?
Yes.
Yes.
So now you can imagine automating 41,000 test cases might have taken 1.5 years by a team of 20. You can calculate how much wastage we had. So don't directly jump into automating everything. First, make a plan. benefits, analyze that. So all those we will discuss also. But before that, what I suggest is we can understand the Selenium, install the Selenium, and then we can start with that. So today we will install Selenium and cover the basics of Selenium, how to recognize the objects, different basic concepts, at least write the basic scripts, 2 or 3 basic scripts, then maybe verification point also. In tomorrow, we will cover all Selenium commands, and day after tomorrow, we will cover the frameworks, which cover keyword-driven, data-driven, and hybrid, these 3. So that will be our approach for the Selenium automation, right? Then I will share my study of choosing automation tool. I have done the comparison study of 4 tools on 170 parameters. I will share that spreadsheet with you so that you can see those parameters, that if you want to understand different automation tools, how to do comparison, right? And then how to calculate the cost of automation. So all those we will be covering in these 3 days, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm just trying to see how I should navigate to the next slide. Okay. So now I believe you are all are in Pacific time zone, right? PST.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
No, Canada.
Okay. Yep. So what should be our structure for these 5 days? We'll start at 9 a.m. your time.
Yes.
Then when you want the first break, maybe coffee or tea break?
Right now?
So,
10:30.
okay, 10:30. So
No, I'm just kidding.
10:30.
10:30, 15 minutes.
yeah, for 15 minutes is good, because continuously if you sit for long, then it doesn't make sense. So for 15 minutes tea break. Then when you want the lunch break?
After 1.5 hours.
After 1?
1 hour. 12
to 1.
12 to 1.
12 to 1.
Yeah.
Okay. So 12 to 1 may be a lunch break. Then do you need any coffee break in the evening?
Yes.
2:30
2:30.
or 2:45.
2:45.
So
2:45 to 3.
2:45 to 3, right?
Yeah.
And when we want to end the session every day?
5.
5 or till you survive?
Exactly 5. Yeah. Exactly 5 o'clock.
Till 5.
Yeah.
We're
So
awake.
till 5, because sometimes I have noticed too much information in one day, last 15-20 minutes, you all may feel, okay, let's stop.
Yeah.
In that case,
So
we'll
4:45.
See, so and another thing is sometimes what happen, yeah, if we are done early, 5-10 minutes, it doesn't make sense to start a new topic, right? Or sometimes the last topic may go 5 minutes beyond 5. Is that okay with you, or hard 5?
No, that is moving over is fine. Just a few minutes.
2 minutes. Over.
Okay, 2 minutes over. Okay. Cool, great. Okay. So I am just test automation basic. This part we have discussed. Now, the core part is that when we started automation, the new tools came and then they introduced the record and playback. So did any one of you have tried record and playback?
A long time ago.
Don't try that also. That is for the kids. We should never use. For understanding purpose, yes, it's good. but otherwise
Recording.
it's not recommended to use that, right? Selenium had a record and playback. We used to call it as Selenium ID. Selenium ID was the tool. But they deprecated it last year. So if still you want, I can share. Of course, I'm going to share my video drive and Google Drive where you can download, but I recommend not to use it. So what happened in record and playback, that when you launch the recorder, then you perform the manual test case. Whatever test case you have performed, it will record and create a script for you. So for learning purpose, so that you can understand it, you can use it, but it's not recommending. We don't recommend to use it, right? And for other, we need a programming knowledge at least, so that we can start creating those scripts. Okay, so let's start first with installation instructions. So I'm going to share my Google Drive link with you. You can download that. Then in that Google Drive, there is an environment setup document. I'm also going to share that document, and you can also open the document and start following that, and we can prepare the environment first, right?
Okay.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do is, I'm trying to share. Okay, so here is the URL which I've shared on the chat, Zoom group chat. Can you just click on this URL?
There, in the chat. Sure.
Chat. It's in the chat.
Which one? If I have the clips already, that I
So
need it.
you can download, will be a Selenium _ Cucumber folder, right?
Yes.
So download everything first. And then the first step is environment setup guide Selenium _en_window.pdf.
Download everything.
Everything.
Okay, so now can you see my screen?
Yes.
Line.
Just a
Black.
minute.
So black with diagonal line.
No, download all, yeah. Download everything.
My computers.
Yeah.
So it's going to take a while.
Okay, let me know if you can see my screen. Environment setup guide Selenium.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, so first what you should do is go down and we need to install JDK, Java Development Kit, on page number 7.
So few of us have this JDK and all.
If you already have Selenium works better with JDK 8. So if you have a latest version, sometimes it may not work. And JDK can coexist. It can coexist also.
I have 13.
I have 8.
So you can download JDK 8 also, no issues.
Okay.
So you can go to this site on page number 7 where it says installation of Java Development Kit. Click on this link, then it will show you Java SE downloads, Java JDK. This you have to Java platform JDK. You have to click on Java first icon. Or in Google Drive, you have a JDK setup also copied. Let me stop share and share entire screen. I'm trying to find how I can share the entire screen so that
So, Mike, do we download everything here one by one?
You can download all, there's a download all.
It should download all on the top right.
Nothing.
Like,
Yeah, okay.
Mine is still preparing.
but yeah, it is only one zip file, right? So far it is.
It's zipping. It's zipping all the zipping everything. So it's now it's
So are you able
zipping
to download all?
you can download everything as a folder, then it will help you to, like, you can download quickly everything. So, Christy, are you there?
Are you logged on to Keynote, Selenium? Oh, hold on.
Tarun, this is Shilpa.
Yes, Shilpa.
Yeah, so I have a MacBook and I don't have the rights to install everything, so I have JDK 11. Is that okay? Not to go with?
Let's try with that. If it will work, good. Otherwise, we may request in the break to your IT team.
Yeah, because for every installation, it will ask for the admin, right?
Yeah,
So,
understand that. Okay, that's fine.
Shilpa, maybe you can request a 3-day access. That doesn't require much.
sorry, Kapil, can you say that again?
You can request a 3-day access, local admin access.
No, because I requested that earlier, so they gave me the 3 days. That's how I downloaded everything. So it's just like, the request would take some time. It's not immediate.
No issues. Let's try working with JDK 11 also. If you face any challenge, then we'll see.
Okay, yeah.
15 minutes.
And what I will do is, I will also copy the Mac instruction document also on the same Google Drive in a break.
Okay, thank you.
Right? Okay, so I'm sharing my entire screen so that whatever I do, you will know. Okay, so once you install the Java JDK, then you have to set the Java home. Just follow the document. You have to set the Java home path from my computer. On Windows 10, you can do it with advanced system setting. All the steps are mentioned. Let me know once you are done with JDK installation.
Tarun?
Yes.
We're not yet to proceed with the installation of Firefox or Gecko drivers,
No,
right?
don't do that. Just
Okay.
We can go ahead. Right?
launch Eclipse,
Okay, sir.
and it should work, which means JDK, Java home, Java path must be set, and launch it.
Okay.
That's it. And
So,
your jar
right.
must be downloaded.
Okay. So right now when I launched it, I see the welcome screen. That's what
Yeah.
we expect, right?
Then
Okay.
it will ask for a path. Give the path where you want to store all your projects.
Right.
Then it will show you a screen something like this. Here on the left side, you will see empty projects and all. You will create a new project in package. Use the package explorer.
You need to open that.
Yeah.
It's mine.
Yeah, we can just, let's already have it, right? We can go ahead and,
Okay, great.
Not everyone has it, so we'll just.
yeah, we're just gonna share because we won't be able to install something to that because we need admin rights. I need admin rights, and so we can go ahead and start.
Okay. Okay, so now can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Overview of Selenium, right? Now see how Selenium works. That we should understand first. What are the different components? So Selenium is basically a framework which supports.
Can you speak louder?
Okay, so is it better?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so Selenium is the framework which supports all types of majority of the browsers. It also supports different languages. You talk about Java, you talk about C#, .NET, you talk about Python. It supports JavaScripting also. So different languages it supports, and you can automate browser-based application using Selenium. But there are a couple of wrappers, I will say, frameworks developed on the top of Selenium, which can help you to automate mobile app also. For example, appium. Appium is the one which is written on the top of Selenium, which is basically extends the Selenium functionality so that you can automate mobile applications also, right? So here is Google, Internet Explorer, Opera, Firefox, Safari, and it works on all the operating system also, Windows, Linux, Mac, iOS and Android. I have marked asterisk, which means not with the Selenium, it works with the Appium. Then Java, C#, Ruby, Python, Perl, PHP, JavaScript, all languages are supported by Selenium. So how it works here? Now, to start the automation, you need major two components. First one, three components in fact. First one is ID. You already have ID. You mentioned that Eclipse we are using. You can use Eclipse, you can use Intelli, you can use IntelliSense, or you can use Visual Studio also. But I preferred what you call Eclipse because that's the oldest one. Selenium has been tested thoroughly on that. Then second component we need client API. Now client API is depends on which language we want to use. Currently we are using Java, so we have a Selenium standalone 3.4.2 jar, which is nothing but client API, which we have to add when we create the project, right? Then the third component is WebDriver. Now, for example, I want, assume I'm just creating a whiteboard. Just give me 1 second. So assume that here I have created a script. This script, if you want to run it with Chrome, for example, then you need Chrome WebDriver. If you want to run the same script on Firefox, then you need Firefox WebDriver. If you want to run the same script on Internet Explorer, then you need Internet Explorer driver. Now, the driver must match with the version of your browser. That's the mandatory requirement. So already you have downloaded the client API part, right? This part you have downloaded. Now, the next step what we do is we will add this jar as external library in Selenium so that we can start using its capabilities. Then based on the type of browser, we need to download the respective web drivers also. May not be now, but maybe after the tea break, we may do it. So these are the major components. ID is used so that we can host Selenium scripts. We can create Selenium scripts in the respective ID. And based on the language, we will either plug in or we will either add the jar, depends on the language. Java, we have to add the library. We have to add the jar into external library. And then we can start writing the script. but to execute the script, you need a web driver based on the browser type. So these are the major three. And the last one, which is out of scope, which is for the advanced level, that you can execute the Selenium script using Selenium grid component so that you can schedule it on different machines. Selenium grid basically is used to schedule your parallel execution. So these are the different components of Selenium. Now let's see the first one. IDE, as I mentioned, we should skip it. It's just a plugin to the browser where you will see the red button. If you see on the right top red button and then click on the red button, then perform your test step manually, then stop the red button, it will show you the script. That's the just play part. So we are not touching because from this year 2019 they have deprecated this, so you may not get a latest version of IDE and it may not work with the latest browser either sometimes. But at least for the knowledge purpose, you should know that except Selenium, other commercial tools are having a record and playback functionality. Right? So how you can record, just as I explained, click on the, do you want to try this? This is just for fun for the kids, not for you. Do you want to try? I can enable, I can ask you to, I can give you the Selenium ID and then you can add on that in your browser and just start playing with it.
You guys want to try it or just record and play back?
No.
You guys want to see it? Or
No.
just for kids? No, we're good. So
Okay. So I'm skipping this. This is the major Selenium WebDriver. So what we can do is generally we right now we are using Eclipse. So you already have installed the Eclipse. Now within the Eclipse, Selenium uses a unit test framework. On the top of unit test framework, we write the script. So JUnit is a default framework for Eclipse or Java, but you can have another frameworks like TestNG also you can use, where you can create your scripts using JUnit or TestNG and utilize Selenium jars or Selenium API functionality within the JUnit framework or unit test framework, I will say. So it uses these components for the unit test. To run the test, we will run it as a JUnit test. You can create a suite, group the couple of tests together in a suite using JUnit. Then you can create a test within the JUnit, but functionality will be Selenium. And assets, as I mentioned, for the comparison, JUnit asset will be used once we want to compare anything and ensure that whether my test case failed or passed. A sort of verification. Right? Now, to do the first project, let's start creating a new Selenium WebDriver project in Eclipse. So launch the Eclipse. Then once you are able to launch the script, then click on File menu, click on New and Java project. Like this. I'm saying File. Can you see my Eclipse?
yeah.
New Java project. Give it a name. Say my first Safeway, right? You can give any name. Now here I have selected Java 1.8. You may have a 1.1, 1.7. I prefer 1.8. And then click Finish. Now, you will see something like this. My first Safeway project, and inside that you will have a source folder. And within that you have a JRE which is Java. Can you see this? Only these, because in my case, I have the previous projects also, but you will only see my first Safeway project and source folder inside that and GRE library. Right?
Yes.
Everyone is at this point?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Then right click on the project and select properties. Project is your this one. Right click on the project, select properties, or you can select build path also. Our goal is to configure the build path. You can select the properties and then go to the Java build path or directly go to the configure build path. This is one way. Properties and from properties, Java build path. Click on libraries tab and add external jars. Once you click on add external jars, you have to select the Selenium standalone 3.4.0 jar and click open. This jar should be added to your project. And then click OK. Now here you see reference library Selenium server 3.4 jar must be added. Done? So again, I'm repeating the steps. Then right click on the project, select properties, go to Java build path, library tab, click on add external jars, and now add Selenium standalone server 4.0 or 3.0 or 4.31, whatever jar you have, you can add that. Okay, done with this? Okay. Now, you need to create a package under the source folder. So what we need to do that is, you have seen one SRC folder within the project. Right click on that, create new package like this. Right click on SRC, new package, and you can name it as my first Safeway package or project, doesn't matter, and click finish. You will see here one package, icon of the package is this. Done? Package is done? Okay. Sorry.
Sorry, yeah.
Now we need to create a JUnit test case within the package. For that, right click on the package and click new JUnit test case. Right click on the package, click new, you will see JUnit test case. Now, ensure first give a name, my first test, and ensure setup checkbox and tear down checkbox must be checked. These two must be checked. Setup and tear down. And click finish. Now your empty test case is created.
Sorry, Taruna, sorry, I missed the first step, Java package, right?
Yeah, after creating the Java package.
No, before, I'm getting an error, I'm just wondering. So I'm on SRC and created a Java package.
What error? Can you share your error?
This is package name. Okay.
Okay, I'm allowing you to share the screen. Okay, can you share now? Can you try to share your screen?
No.
Now multiple participants can share the screen, so I think you should.
Sorry. You can see my screen, right? Can you see screen, Tarun? Sorry.
I cannot.
I shared my screen.
Let me stop my share. Okay. So there should not be any spaces. Do not give spaces in the package name.
Oh.
Now click finish. Now right click on the package, new JUnit test. Third from the bottom. Yes, go down. Yes, JUnit test case. Click on this. Now give a name, my first test without spaces. Without spaces. And ensure setup and tear down checkboxes are selected.
Setup and tear down. Okay.
And click finish. Okay. So now you get the now you can stop sharing. Everyone has got this, right?
Yes.
Now this is the structure. The first one is your package name. Whatever package you had given, this is the first line. You will see package name. Then you will see JUnit.star means all JUnit functionality can be used within this test. Then this is your class name, test name. And then you will see before test and after three methods. Now before method is your setup method, which is used for a prerequisite. For example, your test case will be written in the test method annotation. If you want to execute anything before your test, you can give that in the setup. For example, launching a browser is not the part of your test. So you can give that in the setup method. And the same way, tear down is basically cleanup tasks. Once you're done with your test case, you want to ensure that close everything so that next test case you will get a fresh start. Right? So that we will give in a tear down. So tear down will be used for a cleanup. Setup will be used for prerequisite. And test will be used where we will start writing our test automation. Clear?
Yes.
Yes.
Now, before test and after, I have already explained, right?
Yes.
Now, what we need to do is, for example, if I want to launch google.com, if that is my, what is the time? Let's take a break and then we'll do this exercise, the first exercise after the break. So right now it's,
Yes.
Yes.
so what I did is, I have,
Scripted here.
okay, what I have done is I have copied Chrome driver.exe in my this folder. And then I have set the path here. System.set property, web driver, Chrome driver, and then this is my path. And I'm
After this,
this is my folder. And I'm removing it from Windows.
delete it.
Yeah. See, it's in the C, Chrome drive. Yes, it's right there.
Mm-hmm.
It should be same as
Yes.
this.
Yeah.
Stream and
Chrome
then
drive.
drive and code.
It's executing it.
Okay, now can you see this? System.setProperty, webdriver.chromedriver, and my path, because this is my folder. So whatever folder you have created, just give the path here in double quote.
Hey, Tarun, I'm executing mine, and I did that. The Google is getting launched, but the run is failing. It's
Okay.
red. I have a red bar instead of green.
So there could be two reasons. First, your Chrome driver is not matching with your browser. The version of Chrome driver you have downloaded may not be matching with the version of your browser. Then you see this. Can you share the screen? See, I had removed that, na? That's why.
Right, you have to take it out.
So everyone has launched the google.com?
Tarun, I'm still facing, sorry.
Okay, what problem you're facing? Okay, by the way, you all have to bear with me because first script, it is taking time. Once everyone has first script execute, like you are able to execute first script, then everyone will pick up. So some of you who have already executed may feel that yes, your time is getting wasted. Don't worry, it's just only for this exercise.
Oh, no, we don't mind.
It's okay.
We have our time. I will take my screen sometime.
So what error you are getting?
Just sharing my screen.
Coming from the cafeteria.
Okay, just wait. Okay, did you created a folder in Windows folder?
So yeah, my Chrome driver is in Windows, so I just created one more folder and dropped my Chrome driver into the Chrome folder.
Can't access your Windows folder. Should
Well,
be
why?
outside.
Outside. Oh, okay. Okay.
I was able to access.
Yeah, but encrypts.
Okay, got it.
Problem may be because you are not having access to Windows, then Chrome also you will not have. Copy this folder into C drive.
Just move it to C drive.
And here remove Windows. But this should not show red.
Is that colon or semicolon?
Semicolon, last.
Why is it? I think it's that's a semicolon, I think.
No,
Oh,
this
the
should-
quote is
This should be colon.
different.
This
The
should
double
be.
quote is different.
Okay, okay. By the way, one more point. Go back to your Windows
The
Explorer.
double quote is
No.
not right.
Just just go back to your Windows Explorer.
It's not right. Delete that.
Sorry,
C
where I have to Windows.
C capital. But I'm saying go back to Windows Explorer, click here and copy the path. No,
Okay.
on the top. Click on the top bar. Yeah, copy the path. C is capital. Java is case sensitive. So here put C capital, caps lock. C colon. It should work now. No, not double.
Delete.
And double slash. And remove the remaining Chrome. Save it.
One minute. Still.
There
Sorry.
you go.
There you go.
it was very tense. Because if everyone got running, mine is not running.
Okay. Now, you go. Great. Okay.
You are running now.
It's running.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks as a team because everyone helped. Okay.
I think MD pointed it out.
Now, So you have already executed this, right?
Mhm.
Okay. Now, you remember, there are 4 things. First one, we need to understand how automation tool can recognize elements. Elements means are objects. If it's a text box, that's the element. If it's a button, that's also an element. Drop down, that's also element, right? So Selenium, Selenium has a different options to select the element. First one, you can select the element using ID and name. For example, if on any application, you want to identify whether that button is there or not. So first you need to find that element using find element command, and find element, we need to use, okay, how I want to find. Now, Selenium supports, you can find the element by name if it's a unique name. You can find the element by ID if it's a unique ID. But unfortunately, what happens when in web application development, they are not worried about giving a unique name or unique ID to the elements. So these options may not work always. You can use these options if there is a unique ID or unique name. This is the HTML page which I am showing on the left hand side, which says form ID is login form, input name, username, type is text. So here name equal to username. If I say, tell the Selenium, find the element where name equal to username, and if that username is unique, then your script will be able to find that element. Getting the point? How we'll do that, that I will show you first hands-on. But first try to understand that Selenium supports finding the element using ID and using the name. These are the first 2 options. Then it supports finding the element using XPath. XPath is basically from the DOM, it reads the element, and then you can find the element using web-based document object model, DOM. Each web application, they maintain the DOM, internal document object model, which has the list of all the elements used on that web page. So if I say, by passing the XPath, give me this element, and this is the XPath of this element, extended path, then Selenium can find the element using XPath. So you can find the element using ID, using name, using XPath. How to do that? Don't worry about that, because we are going to do exercises hands-on to understand how to find. But it supports ID, it supports name, it supports XPath. And for XPath, there are 2 options. First one, you can give a absolute path, means complete hierarchy, or you can give a relative path. Relative path will be whatever page is there, it will be relative to that. Relative path starts with // // means before its parents doesn't matter, whatever current page is, find in there. That's called relative path. Now apart from this, you can use a link text. For example, if there is a hyperlink which says continue, so you can mention the link text and then say, okay, find me the element using link, where link equal to continue. You can also find it, that element. So that's the 4th one, ID, name, XPath, link text. Then other names are also supported. You can give a partial name, you can give class name, provided they are unique. 99.9% we use XPath, because XPath will always give you results. It may be a bit slower than the name and ID, but guarantee is there that you will be able to find the element. So how we do that, let's see those. Selenium has a method find element and find elements. There are 2 methods. What find element does, that if you say find the element by class name, then pass the class name there. If you say find element by CSS selector, then give the CSS selector there. Find element by ID, then give the ID of that element. Find element by link text, then give the link text, they like continue or next button, next link. Find element by name, give the name. Find element by partial link, say your link is continue, so you can say find element by partial link CUNT, so it will give you that. Find element by XPath, that's the one, or a particular list, that is find elements. So first we are discussing about find element. What find element does, whatever property you will pass on within the find element, it will search the entire screen, that web page, current session, and if it finds that element, it returns, otherwise it will return exception. That is the way find element works. If it finds the first matching occurrence, it will return the first matching occurrence only. If it won't be able to find, then it will return the exception. On the other side, there is another option, find elements. If I say find elements and give a name, now assume that there are 4 elements with the same name on that page. It will return you the list of all 4. Find elements will return the list. Find element will return single object, first matching occurrence by default. Right? So now question is how we can use that. Now assume that this is your Google site. First we need to understand how we should find, or which property we should use to find this text box. For example, in Google we have a text box, right? So I'm launching Google. So here what I'm saying is google.com. Now this is one text box, right? And I want to find this so that I can type a value in this text box. Manually I can click on this and type it, right? But how my script will do it? So for that we need to inspect the page. So right click on this, click inspect. Now you see here it has given that this is a text type, title is search, role is combo box, name is queue, but name is dynamic. So we cannot use any of the property here which is fixed. So what we can do is right click, copy, XPath, and this is the XPath of this page. Right? So if I use this, or we can say some other site, because remember one thing, Google is very smart. If you start using Google through automation, it will block your IP quickly. So we are going to use this page. I'm sending you the URL. So here in this application, first name is one text box, right? I will right click on this, click inspect, and there is a one left top arrow. Now here you see, it says that name equal to first name and type equal to text. Are you seeing this?
Yeah.
Now we can use this because name is first name consistent. Same way, last name. Now here it says ID equal to last name. So I will use ID here. Getting the point? Now I want to click on this. So it says mail. Input ID 61.
Tarun, please, I'm in the,
Yes, please.
can you please repeat? I was in the input name equal to first name. After that?
Yeah, so after that, you can click on the left top arrow and click on any other element, say last name. Then it will
Okay.
show you the last name is exposed with ID. Here, ID equal to last name. And
Okay.
if you see name, name is basically used with name. So remember, we can identify the element with ID, we can identify the element with name, we can identify the element with XPath, we can identify the element with link, we can identify the element with partial link, right? So currently what we are going to do is we will launch this web page. Then I want to find this element and then we will type the name and last name in this. This is our goal. So for that, first I need to understand this element by inspect. Now, the best option is use XPath. So right click on this, copy XPath. And then you can see this is the XPath. Right? Or click here, then right click, copy XPath. Here is the XPath of this ID. So okay, so these are the two XPath we have got, right? This is the XPath for last name, this is the XPath for first name.
Yeah.
Now, in our script, instead of this, type this URL because we want to test this, right? Now, if I run this script, it should launch this URL for me, right? First verify that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
Remove the Google laptop and then put the.
See, it has launched the browser, then it has launched my site, right? Now what I want is that I want to enter first name here through my script and I want to enter last name here through my script, right? For that, I'm closing this. And now, once we have launched this site, then we should do find element. Right? So how to do that? Let me show you. I'm just copying so that I don't have to type again and again. Driver dot if you type driver dot, it will show you the list and search for find element. This one. Find element and then by XPath. So what we are doing here is driver dot find element by XPath, and here whatever XPath we have copied, we'll paste it here. This was the XPath for first name. This was the XPath for last name. So first we will find the element of first name.
Yeah.
Here. Okay, guys. So what I did here, I said find element by XPath, then whatever XPath we have copied, I have pasted it here and put that in double quote. Remember, once you copy it, this is the XPath. Once you copy it, you have to change this part. It will see the difference. When we copy the XPath, here you see double quote, right? You need to change this to single. That's it. You need to change this to single quote. Right? And then paste this XPath there. Once you paste it, and after that, if you just type dot and send keys is used for typing. Send keys. Here, send keys. Send keys is used for typing, and whatever text you will give in send keys, it will pass that. Say I write here Tarun because I want to type first name. So now here you see driver dot find element by XPath, whatever XPath we have copied, that then dot send keys is used for typing. If instead of send key, if it would have been a button, then I will say dot click, then it will perform click. So send keys and Tarun. If I run this script, what it will do, it will declare the driver, then it will launch this site, then it will try to find this element and type Tarun in this element. Right? So I'm running it. See here, it has typed Tarun. See here, it has typed my name. Can you see this?
Yes.
Now, can you try this part?
Seems to be the problem here. Yours is working.
Okay.
Alright.
So I have inserted two commands, find element and send keys. First one for first name and second one is for class name. See here.
You pay them?
No, yeah, same.
Did it work for you guys?
Yeah.
Alright, no, okay. We're having some.
So is it working for you?
Okay.
Now,
Okay, you can show your screen one by one.
okay.
Not there. Yeah. There. This should be on the. Oh yeah, remove that. Remove that.
No. See here, you have put slash in the contents. That's why it's not finding it.
Oh, I know what's,
Because see here, this was your current, right? Just exactly copy this and okay, let me do this. Just I'm doing it. Please don't do anything.
I'm not doing anything.
Okay, great. And then
Okay, yeah, okay, that's more, upper. Yeah,
yeah.
there you go. So it's now recognized as so now we have to do the same thing.
So best way is
But then, are you done?
no way.
Okay. For example, Selenium start.
Can you check this upper lower of send keys?
I'm sorry?
Can you check the upper? Let me show you.
Selenium star. And import Selenium star. Asterisk column. See that will go and start. No, I have the.
Can you use this? Driver dot by capital B should be capital for the by dot XPath, and here you should have two contents and then dot send keys. Try this, driver dot find element, B capital by dot XPath, then whatever you have copied.
Close.
There you go.
Okay, is it
We
working?
found it. Yeah, we found it.
What was the error?
There was a missing parenthesis.
Okay. 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 So now, if I run this, it should work. It should be working for you also, both you all. And it will type the first name and type the last name.
Yeah, it works. Yeah. Oh, that's it.
Now, what I want is, if it's working for everyone, now what I want you is find the XPath of simple button and add the click of simple button as a third line in your test case. This should be single quote.
Okay, this is the single quote. Oh, that's why it is this should be single quote. But
Whenever you copy, when you copy from the Google XPath, it will show you double quote, but you have to change it to single quote. Now what I want is, after this line, you have to find simple button XPath, and perform click on that. Now to perform the click, it will be same as driver dot find element. Within this, you have to give XPath, and after that dot click. That's it. I'm just showing you the way. These are the three things you have to do. First, find simple button XPath and copy it.
didn't do click, but it clicked. We didn't press click. No,
Then perform click on that button.
Okay.
Using this command, driver dot find element, then XPath, your XPath. After that, dot click. And I'm not doing it myself intentionally. This is what you have to do.
Simple button. Okay. How do you find simple button?
Simple button is on the web page here.
Oh, where's it?
Click on that.
Oh, right. Yeah, got it.
Copy XPath, paste it here.
Okay, so it's this one. So here, driver, that's fine. So this is first element by R.
Then change it to single quote. These double quotes should be changed to single quote. Copy this XPath. Go to your script. Type driver dot find elements. Find element. Then by dot XPath.
And then that click.
Dot. If you type C,
Yep. Okay.
it should show you click.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
It should work.
No. No. Because you that's this one. Yeah, that's that one. No.
So Salum, we have one quick question. For the last name, we gave double quotes, but still it is working for us.
For last name, see, it's a good practice to give a single quote here because sometimes it may not work. So it's always a good practice. You're talking about this part, right? You're talking.
Correct. Yeah, so I gave the double quotes for that, but it is working. It is taking
Yeah.
my last.
So
Button is getting.
sometimes it may work, sometimes it may. So that's why I made a habit of keeping it to single quote. See, it may be working for you, but there is one person here who is using 3.12 Selenium, right? Older. Ask him to put double quote, it will not work. So click is working?
No.
Okay.
I can find the button.
The hat.
It will.
Click Chrome.
Right click. Oh, that one?
That one, yeah. That's it.
See, simple button will launch a fresh new page. That's it. So basically it is working.
Then remove,
See, I'm manually checking it. When I manually click on this, it will launch the same page again,
and then that's it.
right?
Yeah.
So it's working.
Yes, that's it. So it's okay. After you put your first name and last name, it's simple button.
Yeah, this one. After your first name, last name, add this line.
You did, right?
No.
Right? Then it's just gonna go there. It's not gonna do anything.
Yeah, it will refresh the page.
Okay.
So see manually how it's working. First verify that. Here I have typed Tarun, then I have typed last name, then I clicked on this button. It will launch the same page again and refresh it. See, so it means this is the manual functionality. Automation will also do the same.
No, it's just gonna refresh the page.
Or when you click.
Yeah, you're done.
We are done, right? So now what we will do is, after the lunch break, now we will understand all these one by one. Currently, you just got the tip of the iceberg so that you can understand how it works. Now we will go in depth one by one each. For example, different drivers, how to declare those. Chrome driver, Safari driver, Internet Explorer. You have only done the Chrome driver.
Yeah.
Then we will discuss about some asserts, how to compare the output. Then we'll go deep dive in all WebDriver commands. For example, how to get the attribute, how to get the handler, how to close the browser, how to quit, then how to navigate to different URL within the automation script. So all the options are there. We will cover one by one all these options and hands-on on each and everything. Drag, drop, radio button, checkbox, all those we'll try one by one.
Okay.
Right. So our goal is till this part. If we are able to achieve today, we will be in good shape.
Okay.
Right. So now the time is, I believe, 12:11, right?
Yes.
So 1:11.
Okay.
We'll get back together on at 1:11, right?
All right. Yes.
Okay. Enjoy your lunch. Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we have already done one exercise where you entered the name, not on the Google, because what I have noticed in past exercises that when we use google.com through the script, it recognizes and block our IP. So that's the reason we changed the URL and entered other fields. Now, you can download the different drivers from these URLs. Chrome you have already done. Okay, we started getting the, okay, so who's the one? Okay. Okay, so now what I suggest is, at least, do you have Firefox in your machine, laptops?
Yes.
Okay, so what I suggest is follow the same steps. First, check the Firefox version. Then click on this URL. I'm sending you the URL.
Are you gonna send that link?
So once you click on this URL, it will take you to now here you can see the latest version is 3.1.41, but just a minute here. First, launch Firefox. Check the version. By clicking on About Firefox, and here you see I have 66.0.2. It's updating. It may be new one. I may get a new version. So download the respective Geeko driver from the site. The URL I have shared. So mine is now 70.0.1. After.
That's a Mozilla.
Yeah.
Can you show us the link again? This is
Yes.
sending us GitHub.
It's in the message.
going to,
I have sent in a message to everyone.
it's going to GitHub. Are you supposed to get it from there?
Okay. No, do one thing. What you can do is just Google Gecko driver for Selenium. That's it. GECKO, Gecko driver for Selenium.
The latest is 70.0.1. That's the latest one.
70 is the latest.
Which one do we use?
I'm just going through that.
GitHub again. So I can get it. It is from GitHub. Download Selenium? No, that's Selenium.
This one, I think.
So where?
Okay. So here,
Tell her the download, there is something, if you can go to the download. Gecko driver.
okay,
Oh, here, GitHub driver.
you do one thing.
Oh, there, I found it. It's in Git.
Hey, Tarun, just wondering if this page, whatever I shared,
Go to ask.
Yes.
When?
When you
oh,
click
there
on
is
the, it's in
26.
GitHub.
When?
Mozilla Gecko driver.
First
When
one.
you see this,
That one.
well, I think just go down and then there's an asset and then there's a zip file of the driver.
Yeah,
Then after that,
Like, way down.
it's under assets.
Here it is.
yeah, that's the one, right?
Yeah.
That's the one that I found.
Win
Should we
26,
put it in,
Win 64, version 26.
where should we put it?
If you have access to Windows folder, then Windows. Otherwise, the same way you can put it in your own folder where you had kept the Chrome.
Oh, same there. Same.
So I'm copying this and putting it in Windows folder. Now, what you have to do only is whatever script you have where you declare the driver, instead of Chrome, you can just say Firefox driver with F capital of fire and D capital of driver. Rest everything will be same. And your path, the path you have set should be now Gecko driver path.
Where are we supposed to put it? So you have to save in the Windows or? Same.
If you have access to Windows folder, copy it in Windows folder. Otherwise, you had created one Chrome driver folder, you can copy it there itself. And then in a set property path, you have to set the property window driver.gecko. And here the gecko driver.exe. Same way, just Chrome driver has to be replaced with Gecko.
Are we going to create another line? Oh, yeah.
Comment that one because now you don't need Chrome. I want you to run your same script with Gecko driver. So what is the name of Gecko driver? Is this one, right? So copied this. And here you should say Gecko. Only these two. If you are not setting any path, then you don't need to do anything. Then both have to be commented out if you have this in the Windows folder. Then you only need this. And here you need to define Firefox. Now it may show red, then again control space, resolve it, add it. Then here you see now Firefox driver is also added. So instead of using Chrome driver as driver, now I'm using Gecko driver, which means Firefox as driver. So those whose Windows folder was accessible, you don't have to do any path setting in the code. You just have to change this to Firefox. It will show red. To resolve it, you have to press Control space and select this. That's it.
The first one?
Driver.
Now if I run this script, it will run it in Firefox. It must launch Firefox. And then pass the URL. Then enter the name and user ID and click simple button. It will refresh.
Oh, this one, that's why.
It has refreshed.
Bus driver, Gecko what? Gecko something, no, yeah, it's gonna fail. Did it fail for you? No?
Okay, is it working? Is it working for you?
Yeah, mine is, I have to say, Gecko driver, Gecko that driver, okay, got it. Second, put mine on.
Okay. So yes, where we are.
Yep.
Yeah, it worked.
It worked?
I'm getting an error.
Okay, what's the error you're getting?
No. Unknown web driver exception. Button ID. It's with the button. Button
Okay.
class.
Button, because you're not able to, and give me the access also so that I can run it.
You should just request access and then I'll accept. Got it.
Okay, so what's happening in your case is actually everything is fine, but when we run it, I'm running it. Let it run.
ये रद्दी के वो फोल्डर में जाके वर्कस्पेस के अंदर रखिए देखो तो मैं किधर से बोल रहा हूँ ये खाली ये फोल्डर मत रखो खाली वो रख फाइल खाली copy this one and put it there.
No, actually your script is fine, Emily. Only difference is that on the bottom you are getting one notification and your click button is behind that notification.
Oh, if it's behind that, it's not gonna work. Okay, I think earlier it was behind.
Yeah, no, earlier because we were not using, yeah. So now what you can, that each browser has a different way to handle it. So what you can do is immediately after the execution, you accept the cookie and then it will work.
Oh, okay. All right.
Did it
Okay.
work? Did it work this time, right?
Yes.
So you can stop the share, please. Can you stop the share, please?
I did. My computer's slow. So.
Okay.
Sorry.
No issues. Okay. So the same way you can change the browser type. See what happens is this can be configured dynamically, that we will reach to the point tomorrow where dynamically based on the data you say, I want to run it on Firefox. Okay. We will declare Firefox. I want to run it on Chrome. Okay. We will declare it for Chrome dynamically. But for the time being, let's restrict to this. Now come back to the different pointers.
Mine is still not working. I don't know what is the issue. Can you check? What?
Yes, please, I can. Please share your screen. So did you share the screen?
Yeah, are you able to?
No, I am not able to see that.
Can you? Are you able to see it?
Yes, now it's coming. Looks like your machine is also slow.
Other machines or.
All our machines.
Okay, so it's still not shown the entire screen. I'm still waiting. It says that you have Ashwini has started screen sharing. So let it come. Okay.
So it is saying that
What error you're getting?
WebDriver exception.
So there may be problem in your declaring your WebDriver or path, or your version is not matching. Browser version is not matching with your driver. Let me see, but let it come first. Okay, so did you provided me the access? Here we go.
Yeah, I approved it.
Okay, got it. So now it's saying that cannot find Firefox binder in the path. Okay. It's not finding this. So webdriver.geeko.driver c:\workspace geeko-driver.exe, and can you just check whether geeko-driver.exe exact upper lower is in your this folder?
Can you go to the Explorer? I agree, you have the control. Okay.
Geeko driver must be copied in this workspace folder, and then Firefox driver, and it says WebDriver cannot find Firefox in the path. Make sure. Appears to be. So do you have Firefox?
I have Firefox.
Did you choose a
This is the Firefox, and this is the workspace.
Did you do the?
Where the driver is there.
Yeah. Did you report?
For earlier we did for Chrome, for Gecko I didn't, for
Yeah, we
didn't
did
ask.
that also.
Okay, for me it didn't ask, maybe
Yeah.
we need to check.
The control
Control
space. Go to the
Okay.
end of Firefox driver.
Oh, actually.
No, but there's no error.
Oh, there's no
There
end.
is no error, that's why I was surprised.
I think space is not for this one. This one did you wrote it manually or you got it?
I wrote it.
Maybe. This one you have to do control space. It will pop up.
See, there could be version mismatch, or Firefox Geeko driver is not able to find the respective Firefox. These could be the two options.
Version is here. Version is 70.0.1.
And that's the latest one.
Yeah, and then I have installed that whatever was in the Git. So this one, 64. I have installed this 0.2.
You're not sharing that, Ashwini. You're sharing only one screen. You did not share the whole.
Please control.
Okay.
Because I think, Tarun, can you enter the driver equal to new Firefox? Can you remove it and retype? Maybe the control space is not happened, might be. The second line driver equal, can you remove it and read?
Okay.
Can you try again? I'm just.
So there's airing off.
Yeah, so I think it's not downloaded. From spelling.
Or,
Oh, diver. No, Firefox diver.
oh, yeah.
She removed drive.
Oh.
It was working.
Oh,
Oh, no, my.
Driver.
Oh,
It's
X.
equal to.
Now it will work, right?
Oh, equal. No, the Firefox.
Driver. Okay.
Now it will work.
Let's see.
But still I did not.
No.
No.
Can't find Firefox library.
Why it is telling
This is the version mismatch error.
So,
This is a version mismatch.
Tarun, can you restart the Firefox one? We want to restart and check the version.
Okay. Actually, you only have shared this. You have not shared the entire.
Yeah. So we will do that.
Okay. Because if you would have shared the entire screen, then it would have been easy for me to just see the version and everything. What you can do, again, check the Firefox and the version of the driver. Did you download the latest version or not? Or you want me to copy because you have the version this, I will copy Gecko driver latest, which is matching your version on the Google Drive.
Yeah, we are just checking now. So
It is 70.0.1.
So I have copied the latest version of Gecko just now on the Google Drive. So I think this is just a driver problem. Your code is okay and it will work.
Okay.
Current it. That should not be an issue at all.
Yeah.
Okay. Now come back. Should we move to the next? Can you,
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay. So now, as you remember, I mentioned the assert, right? So assert, what happens is, for example, you have performed one operation and the next time, say you entered username, password, or first name, last name, and clicked a button. Next page, you are expecting something that, okay, it should show inbox or it should show something. Now, what we need to do is we need to verify a unique property of the next page. What is different? And then get those details and put that in the assert, that if this is equal to driver.title. For example, I'm giving you example that I have launched the site ISQI and got the title by using assert equal driver.getTitle will give you the title of the page. And if this title is matching with start ISQI certifying people all over world, if they are matching, then this will return pass. Otherwise, it will return fail. Assert equal.
So this is the validation.
For example, I have launched isqi.org. Now I have launched that site. I want to ensure whether site is actually launched or not. How I can verify? Okay, the title is this, or some object, you can find some particular element of that page. If they are there, then you can put that in assert equal. Assert equal will, whatever you will pass, two strings, if they are matching, it will return true, otherwise it will return false. That's the purpose of assert. Like manually we compare. Okay, it is showing the title as start ISQI. Okay, pass. You can log the result, pass. But how script will know? Once you launch the website, then get the title. To get the title, driver.getTitle will give you the title. And then I have compared this title with expected result. My expected result is start ISQI certifying people all over the world. So if these two strings are same, it means web page title is exactly matching with my expected result. It means pass. So this will return pass, true. True means pass. Similarly, assert true. If there is no expected result, once I launched, for example, let me launch a website. I have launched here Google. Now, if this object is displayed, text box, if this text box is displayed, what does that mean? Google is launched. Am I right?
Mm-hmm.
Or if this button is existing or displayed, which means my website is launched and test case passed. If I'm just testing website launch. Similarly, if you say gmail.com, you can do that. Okay, let me log out so that it won't remember. So here I'm launching, clicking the user ID that you can click right by finding the element. Then you can say enter password. Then you can click the password here and then click the next button. I forgot.
Show password.
So it will log in. So after the login, I want to see whether this object Gmail exists, which means Gmail page is launched. Am I right? So what I can do is go here, inspect. This. Copy the XPath. Now, if this exists, right? I'm just giving you the example that if this exists in my script, I can write assert true. What I'm saying now here is assert true driver.find element by.xpath, right? Then find element by XPath, then double quote, right? Then double quote end dot is displayed, comma. There is no comma, is displayed.
The double quote is wrong at the end.
Hmm?
The double quote at the end is wrong.
Want to close.
I'm missing the bar. Close There. One more. Two more.
See these
Then at
two.
the end.
This one is ending here.
Plus.
No, it's displayed at the end. Anything to open for it.
This one. Assert true. Driver dot find element. By
Two here.
here
Before
I need one,
Before it.
right? Then
Again, two, right.
dot
The open parent part is displayed.
is displayed
There you go. So,
There it goes.
and close. Right? So now what this will do? Now what it's doing, it's verifying whether if this is displayed, it will return true, otherwise it will return false. So this we use as a verification. Asserts are used to compare your results. There are different ways. You can say is displayed, you can say is enabled, or you can compare two strings. So this is not a Selenium functionality. This is JUnit asserts. Right? So we use JUnit asserts to do the verification in Selenium. Assert class is coming from the JUnit. Right?
right.
Now let's go and do a deep dive of all Selenium WebDriver commands and then practice those one by one.
Okay.
So first one is the get attribute. Here, this command is used to retrieve the value of a specified attribute. For example, you can say that driver.find element by ID or by XPath, by someone, whatever way you want to do. Then dot get attribute and the value. So whatever value you will give, value means parameter. There are a lot of attributes of a particular element. You want to get the title, you want to get the inner text, you want to get the text. So you can get any of the attribute. It will return a value of that particular attribute. Rarely used. But have you understood the option, what get attribute does? See, here, I have this button. Now, let's put some other good page. Yeah, here. So now, I'm inspecting this. So it says name is one attribute. Type is another attribute here. These all are the attributes of this control, first name. So whatever attribute you want to get, you can say get attribute name, then it will return first name. If you say get attribute type, then it will return text. Now come to the last name, inspect. Now here, if you say I want to get the ID, the attribute is ID, it will return last name. If you say what type of element it is, then pass get attribute, pass the type, it will return text, which means text type. Now come to here. This, inspect. Now here, name is continents. What type of this ID is this? Class is input X large. So it will return you and select type. So this is basically, it will return attributes. If you want to get any value out of this, you can get the value also. Right? So the properties of the objects are attributes. You can get any of the attribute. Then next is get window handle. Get window handle is generally used when you deal with multiple windows. Lot of times what happens is I have done something and it has launched another tab for me. Now focus will shift to another tab. If you want to come back to this tab, then you have to use get window handler. Get window handler will give you the window handler. You can say they say win handle before equal to driver dot get window handler. This will return you current window handler. You have copied that into win handle before. Now you can say driver dot switch to window handle win before. Assume a scenario where we have clicked on one button in one web page, right? And that page has launched another browser window. So now you have two windows which Selenium is dealing with, right?
Yeah.
Your current focus is on the second window. Because you have clicked it, focus will shift to that second window. If you want to perform any operation on the first window back, then you can say before clicking on this button, you can say current window handle or before window handle. You can store that into this, perform the click operation. It will take the focus to the next new window. After that, you have to write driver dot switch back to the previous one. Then you will come back to the previous. So to navigate between two windows which are in your current session, we use window handler and you switch to together. Get the window handle, switch to this window, then go back to the previous one, like that. Right? Get window handles. This is similar to get window handle, but it helps you to deal with multiple windows, more than one window. It will give you all the windows attached with this driver. More than two windows are there. Then we use get window handles. Then it will return a list. These things we use especially when there are the exceptions. For example, you are running your automation and some windows pop-up came, warning. Because of that, your automation will not work. So we call them as alerts. To handle the alerts, we use get window handler. Get the handle of alert, close the alert, come back to my automation automatically. Assume a scenario where you are running a test case manually. You enter the user ID, you enter the password, you click the OK button, then you are expecting inbox, right? Now, when you are expecting inbox is being shown, but some alert has come. Browser needs upgradation. Then what will happen? Manually, you can say, okay, cancel it, I will do it later, run your test case. But how automation script will do that if that situation comes? So in those cases, what we do is, if I'm not able to find my object, then I search for the alerts window by using get window handle. And if I find it, I will close the alert, come back to my automation. That's the purpose. And there is a separate exercises I have kept for how to handle different types of alerts. So you will get more hands-on once we reach to that topic. But principally, logically, have you understood what's the purpose of window handler?
Yeah.
Right? Now, driver.close, what it does is it basically closes your current open browser. Right now, what you are doing in your script currently, you might be noticing that whenever you run the test case, say I'm running this. Okay, assert will fail because assert will fail because this assert will not find this. That's okay. So it has launched the browser, entered Tarun, entered Banga, and it may not click open button, then it failed. Yeah, that's okay. Now, if it would have passed, still manually you have to close this browser. Am I right? Are you closing these browsers manually after the execution?
Yes, right now you are doing manual.
Right. But still sometimes if you see the task manager, I'm launching the task manager. See here, Chrome driver. 25 instance. Are you seeing this?
Yes.
Although I don't have a 25 here, I have only one instance. All these were previously launched by my Chrome driver. See here, Chrome driver, how many instances I have. These all were left open. So I have to manually now delete it. Otherwise your machine will become slow and eventually you have to do this. So what we do is at the end, I'm just closing it manually. Okay, so now I'm switching back to here. Chrome driver. At the tier down, I will say driver dot quit or driver dot close. These are the two options, close and quit. Close will close the current only one window, current active window. Quit will close all the associated windows with this driver. Manual launching will not be closed with quit. Only the windows which are opened with this driver will be closed if you use quit. So currently I'm using driver.close, say. Now if I run this script, what it will do, it will launch the driver, it will launch this URL, it will enter username, enter password, and I am commenting out the click button so that I will not get that exception. And after that, it will close my browser also. So I'm running it as JUnit. You can try it yourself also parallelly. Now, why I have given this in tier down? Tier down is basically meant for, see, now it has closed. Did you notice? It closed my, see, I don't have that window because it has been closed. If I comment this out and run it again, it will leave that window for me. Now see the difference. Now I'm running it again without driver.close. So it will enter first name, it will enter last name, then go back to your script. It passed, but window is still open. See, now manually I have to close it. So that's the purpose of driver.close or driver.quit also. But quit will close multiple windows launched by this driver, and close will only close the current window launched by this driver. Is it clear?
Yes.
Did you try it?
Yes. Yes.
Working for you?
Yes.
Okay.
Still running.
Running? Okay.
Yep.
Okay, great. Then driver.getSize. GetSize will give you the width and height of the element or window, whatever object you will pass here. Width and height of the rendered element. It can be a window, it can be a particular element. Like this. Element.getSize. Now how do you get the element? Driver.sc, you can write here element equal to driver dot find element y dot xpath, same, blah blah blah, right? Blah blah blah, like this. Then you can say command equal to get size. This will return the size of the element on the page. What is the width and height of that element? Or you can write here dot get size. That also you can do. This will also work. Getting the point?
Yes.
What I want you is I want you to give me the size of this text box. And then this size element you can print on console. How to print on console? Let me tell you. Once you get the element, then system.out.println is the command that if you put a variable here, then it will print variable. If you put any string, then string has to be in double quote, like this. So what I want is, I want you to give me the dimension, width and height of the element. Return the dimension object. So this command will be the dimension object, which means command.x, command.y are nothing but a width and height. First find the element, then element.getSize, and you will get in this particular command. Then you need to print the command. Height and width are a part of this. And I can show you the full example also. Yes.
It's like I can. Oh, there you go. Okay, I can do it. It's okay.
You got it?
No, I couldn't type in a while ago, so I can type in now.
Okay. See here.
Of this one, right?
I just want to inspect.
I know.
Nothing's happening.
So you want to take the dimension first name or last name?
Oh, first name.
So we already have that.
See here.
First
This was our script, right? So what I want is,
Or for the last name.
Find the element as a variable first.
okay, any luck?
No.
the command.
Dimension.
Here.
Dimension. Putting
Because if you see, it says that it's a dimension type. This method fetches the width and height of a render element. This accepts nothing as a parameter, but returns the dimension object. Right? So this element is a dimension object. So what I had done is I have defined dimension element equal to driver.find element last name dot get size. And then I have set system.out println element.
I'm getting an error.
Is that, yeah, you know.
So what are you getting?
It says JavaScript error not initialized. And there's a lot of errors.
Cannot send.
For me, it is dimensions cannot be resolved to a type. Create a class dimension or import dimension java.data.
See, it has printed to me it has printed 213,38. You are seeing that?
Yeah.
Now, so which means how you have resolved? Is your dimension is red, dot 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 red?
Mine is it.
No.
If, see, it must be resolved as dimension open QA Selenium.
So,
Yes.
mine is resolved.
It's different.
So you should resolve this as open QA Selenium. And then you see here it has printed the dimension of last name element. So which means height and width of last name, because it says width and height of last name is height is 38, width is 213 pixel. Okay.
In different sizes.
We have a question.
Yes, please.
I mean, we're getting the dimension, but ours on the console, there were errors that were showing up, but it's green. Can we just ignore them?
If you're seeing these, you see my console, there are some
Yeah.
red errors. You're talking
So
about,
ours is after the dimension, there are errors that's showing up.
can you show me
So I have to
this?
look.
Can you show me your screen? Because there may be a chance that you might have put something which is giving some error after dimension. Can you show me the screen? Share the screen.
Yeah, hold on. Can you see my screen? This one? Can you see it?
Just, I'm seeing that.
You see the dimension is right here, but there are other errors.
No, actually, yes, screen is gone.
Oh, my screen is.
No, I'm seeing Eco Driver and your Windows Explorer. Can you go back to? Yes, just wait. Okay, can you just go down to the script?
This is the last two lines. This is the one that I added. I just added.
Okay, then
No, it's the same one, and then so this is the same one. The X plus the last name.
I don't know what this is.
And then get signed.
And Jeff is
Yeah,
also getting it. He's also getting some errors after the value.
Too late to send. Too late to send. What are you getting? I'm getting warnings too. Type error.
initial warnings. So initial warnings are okay, but can you go up or give me the control? Let me request.
I only got this when using the Mozilla, the Gecko. But for Chrome, I'm not getting.
It might
Actually,
be
yeah, these are the warnings for Gecko, but let me see. You're using Gecko, Firefox, and
Chrome, get that.
I'm removing this for the time being. Now, find element and send key also you're not using. So that I'm surprised.
Yeah.
Print the
Yes.
Import all the
After then another one.
yeah, and then system shut down.
If somebody.
System shut down.
So these some warnings come. Each browser handles it differently. Some browsers are showing it initially, some browsers are showing it at the end. That's the only difference. So if you use Chrome, they may be showing it early.
So basically, yeah, printing what's going to be for passing.
Yeah, you can ignore these. These are the, yeah, Emily,
Okay.
you can ignore these. So
Okay, all right.
nothing to worry about.
Okay.
Tarun,
Yes.
can I share my screen? The script is running, but I'm not getting, I do see some warning messages. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah, please.
just ignore it.
Warnings, you keep as long as you can see your screen size. Warnings you can ignore because Firefox has a different way to handle the warnings and Chrome has a different. So you will get some warnings, but don't worry about those. Always those warnings will come.
I'm doing on Chrome.
Chrome is okay, yeah. Chrome is okay. For Firefox,
Yeah, Firefox has a different way, Chrome has a different way. So no worry. That's a Selenium non-problem.
Okay, thank you. I think, I do see warnings with element size also.
That's fine. So you can see here in my screen also, you can see I'm also getting warnings.
Okay. So how come it is different on Firefox and Chrome? Because Firefox is giving 229 by 38 and Chrome is giving 212 by 58.
It's relative to the screen.
Oh.
Firefox topmost bars and all are different. Any other question, guys?
Yeah, I'm having a different error, so just wondering.
Yeah, show me that.
So
Share your screen, please.
I don't have. Okay, 1 second.
Different. My value is different. 229
So
and 38.
what error you are getting?
As you can see, it's saying it, but I'm using Firefox here, right? But I'm getting a error.
Yeah, can you please share your screen?
I'm sharing my screen. Can you see my screen?
I'm not getting it.
You can stop and reshare if you want.
Yeah, please.
Can you see my screen now?
No.
Is anybody else sharing or only me?
Are you guys still sharing?
Yeah, no, I'm not sharing anything.
You can't see my screen?
Oh, it's the room screen.
Can you
It's
see
not.
my screen? Okay, I'm stopping it. Now you please share. I stopped it. Okay.
Yeah. So this still gets.
Have you shared as image or what?
Sorry?
Did you share the image?
No, I'm sharing my screen, right? I'm just trying to. I'm sharing. And when I run, I get this error message here, right?
Yeah, just you comment out assert true. Comment out this assert true. And now element within the print line, just within the print, you have to put element. Now run it. Let me know once you're done.
Okay.
Got it? Okay, so then next command is, this is very good command. Now this is navigate. So when we say driver.navigate, right? Now let me give you the real example. Here I have typed this URL, right? Or maybe I have typed this URL. Now I have done some operations, then I have typed google.com. Then I pressed back button. Then I press forward button. Can you automate this? Have you noticed what I did? First, I typed this URL. It has shown me this page. Then I typed google.com. Then I clicked on back button from the browser. Then I clicked on the forward button of browser. Then I clicked the refresh button. I want you to automate this. Can you do that?
We'll try.
So what will be your approach? First, declare the driver. Chrome driver say. Then driver.get and this URL. You already have. Once you are done, perform the operation, whatever you are doing. After that, if you type driver.navigate to and then another URL, google.com, like this. Then it will take you to google.com page. After that, you can type driver.navigate.back. It will bring you back. Then you can press driver.navigate.forward. Then it will again go back to the Google. Then you can type driver.navigate.refresh. It will refresh Google page. Now, can you do that?
Sure.
Please do it. See, you did this. You did this. I'm commenting out all these options. Then after this, I want driver dot navigate to. Then
Refresh again. Refresh. And then, so navigate to Google, and then navigate back, navigate.
and then run your script.
Masyado mabilis. So, then driver navigate to, and then another two.
Now you will see the refresh worked or not. You type the name first, then refresh, name will be wiped out.
Oh, navigate to back, right? Navigate to back there. And then driver navigate forward.
I did back, then it will go back here. Then I will forward. Okay, it will not work. Now it will work.
This class,
And then forward.
Back means it will take you back to Tools QA. Forward will take to you to google.com. Then back will take to you Google's Tools QA. Then type the name and refresh.
So we want to get to tools,
forward.
and then go to Google, and then go back to tools, and then go back to Google, and then go back to tools. So back,
And uncomment driver.close. So that you can see it's showing you the blank Tools QA page after refresh.
I think ఇక్కడ ఒకటి
refresh, browser.
అసలు ఇక్కడ వెళ్తుంది కదా ఆటోమేటిక్ గా రిఫ్రెష్ అయినాక బ్యాక్ ఇచ్చినాక అంటే అది రావాలి అని లెట్ మీ రన్ అది ఎక్కడ పోతుందా ఈ డైమెన్షన్స్ అవసరమా
See, it has launched Tools QA, then launched google.com, came back to Tools, then went back to forward, again came back to Tools, and now type the name. type the name. Good. And fresh again will remove fresh. Done.
It should forward Google, consent.
So
Okay, this is not.
this, then Google, then back to tools, then forward to Google, back to tools, type your name, refresh, will remove your name. So the idea of this exercise is you can control the browser based actions also using Selenium.
Oh, this one is like Windows Handler is for different browsers at the same time.
It will work, yes. Now, okay, do one thing. Change this back to Firefox and run it. This will answer your question. Yes, it will handle. Okay. So done, everyone? Or is there anyone who's still not able to finish this exercise? Or getting any error, I can help. So guys, what are you thinking? Is that approach is okay or you want more theory?
No, this approach is good.
Okay, because still we have 2 more days of Selenium. If you feel we are not in the right direction, I can immediately correct that on the fly. So don't wait for last day to provide the feedback. If you feel, no, Tarun, we are slow, we are fast, give it to me and I will act on it.
So Tarun, quick question.
Yes.
So since I have a MacBook, I requested for that admin rights,
Mhm.
but all these would be the same for MacBook or anything
Exactly,
different?
101% same.
Okay.
And what I will do is, now we will take a tea break. I will send the Mac instruction doc, upload the Mac instruction installation on the Google Drive also.
Okay. That works.
So that you can install, everything is same. That's the beauty of Java.
And how about this document? It's already there, the one which you're sharing?
This
So
PPT?
the presentation itself, are you going to share this?
Yes, I'm going to.
Okay.
Okay, just let me see who else is there in the meeting. Okay, so no one from Zeolan, right?
Sorry, can you say that again?
I have to check with Christy whether I can share this presentation or not. But I don't mind sharing this.
Yeah.
So to answer your question, I cannot share the PPT.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. By the way, this is our own PPT. Don't worry about that. And you Google Selenium training from Tarun Banga, you will find it.
Okay. Thank
But
you.
I will upload it. Don't worry at all. Okay. So the next command is find element, which I believe you already done. We have discussed, right? So what find element does? There are 2 ways. One is find element, another is find elements. Find element will return, if it won't be able to find, it will throw exception, no such element exception. If it finds match, it returns that web element. If 1 plus match, still it will return the first appearance of the match. So find element will return you only first element, whatever it finds, matching the criteria. Find elements returns a list. If it won't be able to find the element at all, still it will return an empty list. If it's able to find 1 element, still it will return a list with 1 element. More than 1, it will return you the complete matching list. But that list you have to navigate through loop. Getting the difference between find element and find elements?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Then these are the options I think we have already discussed. Find element by link text, find element by partial link text, find element by ID, say driver.find element by ID, driver.find element by name, driver.find element by tag name, driver.find element by XPath, driver.find element by class name, by CSS selector. These are the syntax. I think we have discussed these.
Yes, yeah, we mentioned that earlier, yes.
Okay. Now, then driver also has option to manage. The manage is for Windows. So when we say driver.manage.window.maximize or driver.manage.window.minimize, then it will basically minimize or maximize the window. So right now, you might be seeing that when we declared this driver, okay, I'm running this script again. You can see that this driver is launching the browser, but not in a maximized window. Ideally, it should be maximized like this, right? Currently, it's not. So now I'm closing it. Now, if I type here driver.manage.window.maximize, now see the difference. It has launched the browser, then it will maximize it. Come on. Then it will do this automatically. Right? Done. Have you understood this? Driver.manage.windows.maximize.
Yes.
So you can minimize or you can close also from there. Then dot click we are already done. Dot click will perform the click operation on the element you find.
Yes.
Dot submit is alternate to the click. But if your particular element supports submit, then submit will work. Submit and click both are similar. In some elements, submit is supported, some elements submit is not supported. Right? If submit is supported, it will show you dot submit. Once you type the dot, you can find that submit. Then double click will do the double click.
So Tarun, quick question.
Yes.
So when you said like submit or click, is this like we have to try it out whether the click is working or the submit, or
No,
looking
click,
at the experiment we can
click,
find it out?
Click will always work. Submit will work only if developer has enabled the submit for particular element. So best option is to discuss with the developer whether submit is enabled or not. If yes, there are certain elements where submit cannot be enabled.
Okay.
Right? So that's the best way. And double click will do double click. Now to check the double click, just let me, now here, I'm just trying to find option for double click. See here, this is the URL. I'm sharing the URL. Now, launch this URL and then you will see hello double click. Once you do double click, you will get double click alert. Click OK on that. So what you have to do is perform double click operation on this. For that, you have to inspect it first, find the element, then dot double click. Once you do double click, then you have to find this element and then perform OK on that. Can you do this? Just perform double click. That's the only thing I need from you. For that, what you will do? Inspect it, get the XPath, and then perform double click. Find driver.find element by XPath, put this XPath here, dot double click, and run the script. It will do the double click on this. You want me to? Okay, let me do one thing. Okay, guys, I have copied the PPT on the Google Drive. Welcome.
Wait, can you share the URL for the double click thing? Sorry, not able to find.
I have shared on the chat. Yeah, the last one. Tooltip and double click. Just perform the double click and that's it. Don't handle the alert yet because alert we will handle later.
And then click it, double click, right? Double click.
Click will not work on this. Double click will only work.
Carrying out on the red in the
Okay, where we are?
When did it save? Separate ingredient, right? Yeah. It's error. I have double click mine. Yeah. Huh? No. So is double click keyword?
Yeah, we don't.
It's erroring out.
It's not showing up.
What?
It says undefined type web element. This method double click.
It should not be. So let me.
Click works.
But not double click. Yeah, did you say double click on yours?
Okay, so let me do this now. And so I'm doing this. Just give me 1 second. So I have launched this site, this page directly, right? Tooltip and double click. Then I have committed out the remaining code. Then right click on this, inspect. Copy. XPath. Did you change this double quote to a single quote?
Yes.
Copied it. Okay, guys, they have removed this.
They remove.
Yeah.
Then how we are going to work on that?
Can we do click?
Yeah.
Okay.
That click is will work. That click is there.
No, double. Click. Oh yeah, he did it.
Let me try. I'm also doing the same thing which you are thinking. I'm just trying to experiment.
Oh, 2 times? Wow. I think close share like that.
Theoretically, it should not work, but let's see. Okay, it worked.
Did it?
No,
No, it did not.
it worked. But I don't know. So no, I don't know. So let me.
No, but it didn't. There should be a pop-up, right?
Yeah,
There should be a pop-up.
Yeah, a pop-up because it has closed immediately. That's why I don't know whether pop-up was there or not. So let me again run it by removing the driver.close. Okay, it did not work. No, it did not work. So
Okay.
so let me see what alternate they have provided. Okay, dot perform. They have changed it the way we handle the. Got it. Okay. This is the way we handle the actions. So now what we need to do is here, see, you have to define the action, because those actions generally we use for tag touch actions. So what you need to do is, the new action, then web element driver find by element.
Hey, Tarun,
Yes.
before we proceed, can we take a break?
Yes, after this, after this, just give me
Sure. Okay. So we need to set that action.
Okay, so now what will happen? You need to define the action. Those actions are generally a special actions we created, like for drag drop, we do this. So you have to define the action from the driver, then say find this element. This is a double click element. Then I said perform action, double click. They have moved the double click from here to actions. That's the only thing they did. I want to perform double click action on this element. That's the meaning. Now if I run this, it will launch this website, then create one action from the driver, find the element, and then perform this action, double click on this element. Getting the point? So run it. Now it will do. So launch the web browser. Now it will maximize it. Come on. Launch the website, perform the double click. Right? We are done. So here. Okay, so let's take a break. See.
Okay.
Right.
Tarun, can you show me like what exactly you have written
Yes.
for double click in the
Yes,
code?
I'm doing that. Just give me 1 second. So what we did is, now this was the next step in drag drop. We will define the action. So now they have moved double click also in the action. That's okay. So first, you already have the driver, right? Now, but we need to create an action on the driver. Then now I want to perform the actions. Now in this action, this is separate, right? We have defined one action. Now what I have done is I have found this element on which I want to perform the action and kept that element into element variable, which is a web element type. This is the element variable where whatever element I have found for that double click button, this is the XPath of that. And I have kept that into element variable. Then I will say action dot double click on this element, perform. And then it will perform double click on this element. Right? So try this, it should work for you.
I think it worked for me, element locator. Is that fine?
What it says?
It worked for me for by using element locator.
No, it should perform double click on your page.
No, what I'm trying to say is instead of element, web element locator is equal to driver. So that worked. Is that okay? Like instead of element, I'm using element locator.
And is it working for you? It's performing double click?
Yes, with the element locator.
Okay, it will, then that's also maybe version mismatch for your, you may be having different version of Selenium.
I mean, I'm using Firefox. I'm running on the Firefox.
Okay. Okay. So element locator is a variable you are giving, right?
Yeah.
You can give ABC also, doesn't matter.
No. For the web element dot element, right? That's what you're using there. So instead of web element.
You're using element locator. That will also work.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so that's what I mean.
Will work. Yes. Okay. What about others?
Working on it.
Okay.
Yes.
Done?
No.
Okay, we'll wait. And then we'll take a break.
Yeah, I know this.
Okay, done?
Switch windows.
Just find elements.
And then target this one.
Close and
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So,
Yeah, go ahead.
Yep.
so everyone is done with this mouse over, right?
Yes.
Okay. So the next is drag and drop. So drag drop. Now in drag and drop, we need two elements, right? First is source, second one is target. So what we need to do is, first we need to find source element, then we need to find target element, then we need to define an action, and then action should be as drag drop and pass these two elements. Then say dot build dot perform. So steps are, let me open the annotation text. So first we need to find source element. Can you see this text, whatever I am typing?
Yes.
Then find target element, then define action, then action dot drag drop, right? Drag and drop. And then parse source, comma, target element. Right? Then dot build dot perform. That is the sequencing. Because we need both elements, okay, where they are, from where I want to drag, from where I want to drop. Once you find these two, define action, use drag and drop within the action, pass these two elements and say .build.perform. It will do the drag top for you. Logic is clear?
Yeah.
So now, if you see the website, okay, so if you see the website here, it has one droppable element. I'm manually doing it, selecting this, dropping it here, right? So if I say droppable, select this, drop here, right? Now I'm trying to inspect this first one. First one is drag me to the target. Copy the XPath. This is the XPath of the first one. Then XPath of the second one is this. Copy XPath. So this is the XPath of the second one, right? And the URL of this is droppable. So I'm changing the URL. It will launch this page. Then I will say driver.find element by XPath, right? I will assign this to one web element. And here I will say source element, right? Then I will say target element, then another XPath, so now I have a source element and target element. Source underscore target underscore, right? Now these two elements, I have created one action, and then I am saying action dot drag and drop. And now here I will say source element, comma target element, dot build, dot perform. If I run this, it will drag the first element and drop it on the second. You can do this with coordinates also, but coordinates are relative to the resolution and the window size. That may not give you the exact result, but element ID, once you find it, drag it from here and drop it there should work. Should I run this?
Yeah.
So launch the browser, maximize it. See, done. Fast. If you see here, element is dropped here. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So can you try this?
Yeah, we'll try it now.
Please.
We're ready.
Okay, great. Okay, so yesterday we started with automation. So automation is nothing but taking care of the four things. First, how we recognize the elements and objects in a tool, then how we perform the actions and how we do the verifications. And then the fourth part will be to how we can easily maintain it. That will be the frameworks. So we started with element identification. There are two options. One is find element, another is find elements. Find element will return us a first element found, and it supports in Selenium, it supports, you can find it by ID, you can find it by name, you can find it by XPath, you can find it by link, partial link, XSS, or class name. All those options are available. 99% we use XPath. And there are two types of XPath. If XPath starts with double slash, means it's a relative. If it's a full XPath, then it will start with single slash. But it has to be complete hierarchy. So when you see the inspector, you get the option, just a minute, let me change the share. Okay, so when you see the any element and do the inspect, right now what I am doing, and if you right click on that element, say this one, and copy, you will see copy XPath and copy full XPath. Now I'm going to show you the difference. When I did copy XPath here and pasted it in Notepad, you will see / relative XPath, right? This you have been doing since yesterday. But when I copy full XPath, you will see single slash and it's showing you the complete hierarchy. The problem in this is currently you are in this page, right? Say which has this ID. But if anything in the entire hierarchy is changed, your XPath will fail. So it's always a good practice to use relative, because you know you are on which page. So relative will start searching on that page. So its parents and all those tree structure doesn't matter in relative. So that's the first good practice. Now, then we started using the different actions like send key. We tried that. Then click we tried. Then we tried checkboxes. Then we tried radio buttons. Then we tried drop down custom list. Now, another part was if it's a inbuilt select type drop down. So here is the URL for that, tools QA automation practice form. And if I select this drop down, which is basically Africa, right? This is a drop down. You will see that it starts with the select and ID is continent, right? Are you seeing this on my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Now, what I'm doing here is I'm copying this URL, going back to our script, and this is the URL I have pasted, right? And then I just remember we were trying this, that find the element with by ID, and continent is the ID. If you see here, ID is continent. So I just copied this ID, paste it here, right? Now web element type is this variable. My selected element is this. After that, we can define a select drop down equal to new select and pass this element. So now it's creating this drop down here, and then you can select here, select by visible text or select by ID or select by index or select by value. So I'm doing visible text, and if you see the visible texts are Asia, Europe, Africa and all. So I'm selecting Africa. Now if I run this script, what it should do? It should select Africa from this drop down. So it will launch the browser. Then it will maximize it because we have given that command. Then it will launch this URL. It has done that. Then if you see here, it has selected Africa. Are you seeing this?
Yes.
Now, apart from Africa, it has South America. So, and my script should pass. It's passing green, right? So I'm now selecting South America. And saving it, closing it, because I have commented out the driver.close so that you all can see it. Now I'm running the script again. Maximized it, launch the URL. See, it has changed to South America. Right?
Yeah.
So this is the way we do for select type, provided that your drop box or combo box should be of select type, which is clearly reflected here that this one is a select type because it starts with select. Now you can give a select by value also, because currently we were doing select by this visible text. So now it has given the value AS. So if I just select the option select by value, and then I have to give AS. For example, here we were doing drop down dot select by visible text. So what I am doing now here is drop down, which is our variable, dot select by value, and then I will give a value AS. Right? Now, if I run this, it will first select South America, then it will again select the value AS, which is nothing but Asia. Display text for AS is Asia.
Oh.
See, it has come back to Asia. Right? So if the option is given select by value, value must be given here, display text, or select by index. So index is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So let's try select by index. Then I will give a index value 6. So if that is supported, it will work. If they have not created the index, then it will not work. Antarctica. So if you see Antarctica is 6. So first it selected South America with display visible text. Then we used AS as value. Then we used index, which is Antarctica. So it has done these 3. Right? So do you want to try this? Or have you already tried when I was explaining?
No.
Okay. Okay, no problem. So have you understood what to do?
Yes.
So please try. And now we have to set the time limit. 10 minutes maximum. Because it's just 3 commands.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. It's
So Tarun,
yes, please.
so the reason why, this is Michael, so the reason why it wasn't working yesterday is because it was a custom job list yesterday?
Yes, yes. And for the custom, the option which I had done yesterday, we have done. That's the one way to do that.
Okay.
Is it working today?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, so what about others?
2 minutes.
Okay. So you're getting used to Selenium, right?
Yep.
Okay, great, great.
Question.
Yes.
Selected by which and it's like me what needs to be.
So
But
I'm not able to understand your question. There is a lot of static in your voice. Can you please repeat the question?
I was just wondering, the selected by visible text and values, they're in red mark when I try to look for options, but I don't see add cast to drop down. That's the only thing it's coming up for me. I'm not sure if I'm doing something wrong.
Okay, can you please share your screen? I'm stopping my share. You can do that.
Sure.
Can you?
Yeah, can you see my screen?
Okay. So web element, select my selected element, find element by ID. See, it has not resolved it. So web element, my selected element, driver dot find element by ID. This is correct. Then Okay. Okay, so let me again share my screen with you.
Mhm.
So here, it should be web element, right? Have you done, just you can compare.
Yeah, web element is there.
Now, this select should be press control space and it should be open selenium.support.ui. So yours one was this, Apache B-cell. So that's why it was not showing. You have selected some other Apache select, not the Selenium select. So if you just click on T of the select and press control space, you will see you have selected this. Do this. Then this select will also be select web element.
Yeah. Okay.
Once you do these two, then you will see on the top this line. Currently this line was not import, because once you resolve that, automatically this line will come. Right?
Yeah, I'm trying to do that, but it's not giving me an option.
Well, okay, do one thing. Remove this line. This line is okay. Ensure that you have selected web element here. Driver find element. There was 2 brackets there, so that I have fixed it. After this, just type select and press control space and select support UI, OpenQA Selenium support UI.
Okay, hold on.
Then drop down equals new. And once you press select here, again press control space and select the OpenQA Selenium support UI select. And then pass your element here. And then semicolon. It will work. It's just a resolution. It's not mapped with the Selenium. It was mapped with Apache.
It says cannot initiate the type selector when I control space.
So current question. So in Ken's, Emily observed that in Ken's import statements, he has both Apache and Selenium. If he just deletes the first one, will that work?
Apache generally may not work.
Right,
Apache.
because in his import statement, he has both.
Yeah, because she might have done Apache also, then later on she might have changed. So remove the Apache one.
No, right.
Okay. So what I'm doing here is copy this code, paste it there and resolve it. Or otherwise, still if it won't work, again pass it on to me. I will do it for you.
Okay.
See, first select should be this support UI. Second select should be web element. Then everything will work. If it won't work, pass it on to me. I will help you. And by the way, this web element also should be Open QA Selenium. Otherwise, this first one. By default, there is no other option, so it will be the same.
Still saying cannot initiate.
Okay, just pass it on to me. Share it again. See, here you have Apache. So because it may take time to show me on my screen, can you tell me what's happening on your screen?
No, it's not doing anything yet.
Okay.
It's same.
Okay.
So we see the data is still trying to.
So where is?
Yeah, it's here.
Okay. So what is your website? Where is? No, you have not even launched the website.
Sorry.
This one. Now here you have to put that URL which I had sent. Then it should work.
Sorry.
Now here you can see this is the site. Yeah, paste it here. See, it's changing, right? It's done.
Oh, did we select?
Yes, the last one was Antarctica. So here you see.
Yeah.
First it selected South America, then it selected Asia, then by index Antarctica.
Okay.
It worked.
Yeah.
Now, sometimes if it's not importing, then it will show you like this. You can change this by copying this in import manually. Ideally, it should import. So we have to see your project structure also. You have these binaries already. So generic select here is the culprit. Seeing this? Remove this. Now it will import. Now, if I say remove this, right? In control space, here you go. Now you see here on the top, it will, no.
I think you selected Apache again.
Yeah. So somehow we, if these are the cases, we can clean the project and then do this. Okay, I selected wrong maybe.
Yeah.
Okay, now you got it. So now you will be able, you're as good as others. Here also now you can change. Where is the code? Here. You got it? Because first time when you selected the wrong Apache one, that's why it was not showing you this. Now here, you're good. Done?
Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. So, any doubt in this? Guys, so before we move to the next topic. Okay. What about others?
Very good.
Good. Okay. So you all have done then practice this.
Yes.
Great. Then we also discussed about radio button and checkbox, no doubt in that. Then we discussed about asserts. So you can try different asserts, assert equal, assert not equal, assert true, assert false. Now, do you want to try this?
Yes, that's
That's very important, right?
yes.
Right. So now here, what we can do is, once we submit all these values, I'm just closing the inspector. Now here, what I want is, you already know to type the name, you already know to type the password, you know how to select this, you know how to select this. Then you can type, forget the date, you can select automation tester. Then you can select this drop down, right? So maybe you are from North America, then continent, you can say North America. You can select all these. Then if I press a button, you know how to click this. Now, this is what I want is, create a fresh script and enter all the information here. Name, first name, last name, female. This should be 5-minute job for you. Then this checkbox, then automation check, this radio button, year of experience, then automation tester checkbox. So I'm noting down the requirement here. Launch website, enter first name, this you have done already, right?
Yes.
Select years of experience, select automation engineers checkbox, then select North America continent drop down, then click button 2. So once you click button 2, you will get this message. Inspect this message and see what is visible text. What is visible text here? This is your visible text. Copy this XPath see, this is your XPath of the visible text. So what you need to do is, you need to verify that this text is visible on the screen. So how you will do that? Find this element. By XPath, I'm not worried about how syntax, because I know you know the syntax, right? My syntax may be wrong. Don't worry about that. Then dot. Here, what you have to do? Get text or get inner text. If you see here, this is the visible text, message box icon, right? And This is either one of this, you can do that. So if you say find this element get text dot get text, then it will return this text to you, and put that return text and compare with assert equal like this. So once you do the get text, you have to put it into some variable, say element text equals, right? Now you have to do assert equals element text comma. If this will return true, which means test case pass. If it is false, then return it will, you can put as fail. Have you understood the logic? First, what I suggest is before putting the assert, you can print this text, whatever text you have got here. You can print it on the console, and you know how to print it, right? On the console. Yesterday you did that. So here first print the text, then we will do the assert. Can you do up to this first? This is all you have tried yesterday.
Yes, we'll try.
Okay, so please do this, and this time I'm not writing the code for you.
Okay.
You want 30 minutes? I'm okay with that, because otherwise you will always rely on me for the code.
I'm getting stuck on the radio button on the click. It's not recognizing the XPath.
That button too?
Years of experience.
Okay, so let me check. So which year of experience you are selecting? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5?
3 is fine.
So click on 3, inspect it, then you will see input ID exp-3, name exp. So ID is
Right.
unique, right?
Also, we need to use not XPath, but by ID.
You can use through ID also, but I'm copying the XPath, and just I will WhatsApp, or I will send it on the chat. So let me send it on the chat.
That's what we use. It didn't.
Have you used this?
There.
Have you used this?
Where?
I have sent it on the chat group.
Yeah.
This is the XPath. You have to remove the double quote from the single to the single quote.
Yeah, right. It doesn't work. Yeah, we have the same one.
It should work. Now another problem could be that this page may have a what you call accept button on the bottom, so that may be stopping it. And the next topic is how to handle the alerts. So manually you click accept button on the bottom bar, notification. When you execute, it will find. Okay, what another option what I can do is I will just write the script for the radio button and run it. Then you can see that, okay, how it's working. I will,
Okay.
right? So I'm stopping the share. Okay,
here, I'm here now, actually. Wanna see it? See? This one?
No, it's saying experience 4. Just yes, I'm seeing that. Find element by XPath. Then this ID. Yeah, it should work. Can you run it?
It didn't work. See,
Okay,
this is
yeah. This may be the reason. Okay, let me claim the.
it's not clickable.
Yeah, it's not clickable because of that notification. So now, have you given me the control?
How do I do that?
I requested it.
Oh, I didn't see it.
Okay, I'm again requesting. Have you got any request?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, please accept it. So now I'm running it as JUnit. Then once it launches the website, then you will see one notification, which is nothing but an alert. And currently we have not handled the alert. So manually close the alert on the bottom, accept it. There will be accept button.
Oh, this one?
Yeah, bottom. Click, immediately click it.
Oh, I see. The cookies.
Yes. So because of that, it's stopping you to click on this. So manually click on it, then it will work.
Okay. All right, I'll try it.
Right? Otherwise your code is
Okay.
right.
So what's the other one?
Test program, test automation engine.
Oh, the profession.
Okay, let me know if you're stuck in any other point.
Basically, I'm stuck at the first button, first radio button itself.
This one.
Yeah.
Ideally, the same, what you call, I'm launching the site again. Now, if you see here.
So my question is, do I have to have the XPath value as the as for the sex or male, or what should be? Like I created it for radio 1, right? And
What's your question?
so I selected the XPath as for the male thing.
Okay.
Is that the
Yeah,
right?
it should work.
And I created a radio button, like the driver for the radio 1, kind of, and radio 1.
No, it should be the simple find element. You have to just, you don't have to create the action or something. You have to just do this driver with URL, then driver dot find element, and then dot click. That's it.
It didn't work for that, like that as well. That's the reason I was trying.
See, okay, what I'm doing here is, I'm launching this, and this mail, right click, inspect. This is the ID 60, right click, copy XPath, go to your code and write here driver dot find element, then double quote, paste your XPath, and here change it to single quote.
Yeah.
Right? Then double quote dot
submit ba? Yung extract yung dot.
I was creating.
Okay, so here I have to give by dot XPath, then bracket start. Dot click. That's it. So if I just run this, it will work for me. So I'm running this just to show you how it will work. Click on this accept and done. See, it worked. It has selected male. Now you may be wondering, because initially nothing was selected, but now male is selected. And here you see drop down also works, so my script worked. Green. So this is what you have to do. That's it. It's as simple like finding element and performing the action. That's it. And on radio button, we perform action click only, right?
Yes.
So now if you go back here to this, and if you see here, this, now it says sex-1. So what I'm going to do is, if I change it to this, now it will select female.
Oh, yeah. Oh, huh?
Now I'm running it.
Like, continue. May select continent na yan. Ay, kanina. Okay. Yan, ano kanina. Hehe. Eh. Select drop down, yes.
So it's launching. Now it should select female.
Oh, is it? So,
I did it twice. So it's done. If you see here, it has selected female now. Getting this?
Yes, I'm following it. I'm just trying to.
Yeah, please try that. Yeah, this actually I executed twice. The second one I closed. It's error for that. So any other element not working for you guys?
Tarun, I have one. I'm not able to read this message. Yeah, the text visible. I was stuck in there. Can
Okay.
I share my?
No, let me show you that.
When we scroll up, I was stuck there.
Okay, let me show you that. Say after this, I'm doing a click on button 2, right? So I'm inspecting it.
I think maybe with this message.
Yeah.
So this is my button 2. ID is submit 1. So I can copy XPath or I can use ID also. Anything is okay. So what I'm doing here is driver dot find element by XPath. Then dot click, right? So once I perform the click, then it will have manually performed the click. Now right click, inspect. Copy XPath. right? Now, this should work. Now, there may be a chance that you will not be able to find this element. Reason could be that it is not loaded yet and we are trying to find. You remember yesterday delay. Let's try to run this. What error I'm getting here now?
Sorry. Kalau kung gumamit, nag-green. Error ito. Paano ginawa sa sir? Tinuro ba sa wala, di ba bago? Pwede kung wala.
So it's launching. Maximized it. Now URL will be passed. It should not take that much time. Looks like there is some error.
What? Ano ba yan? Ba't tayo lumabas?
Okay. See, we have printed this message.
Kailangan ba tayo?
Are you seeing this message on my console?
Meron ko bang import na assert? Ay, wala.
This was the message. Now here what I have done, guys, just see. I have clicked on the submit button 1, which is nothing but button 2 is submit 1, right? Once I submit this, then I defined a variable, string variable, and said, find this element. This element is for the text message. And I got the get text. Now this, whatever text this element is having is transferred to this variable, and I have printed this. Now instead of printing, you can now put assert true if assert to element text equal to this. But first get it printed, then you can compare now, isn't it?
Okay.
So who was raising that query for this text message? Did you?
Who is reading that?
Did you found the answer? Have you found the answer with this code?
Yeah, we are trying it out.
Yeah, we are trying it out.
Okay.
Actually, earlier in string, I did not update it. I updated web element. That is the one issue. I fixed that one. But I'm
Okay.
just trying to run.
Okay, please go ahead.
Ano kailangan mo dito? Assert equals.
Assert equals.
No.
Merong argument na
Message.
element tsaka yung string. String, assert equals lang.
Yeah, you can pass the string of get text.
Maraming klaseng
Anything.
So,
pero kung dalawa lang yung pass
So-
element.
guys, please let me know if this text is visible because I have zoomed it down so that you can see the entire.
Tarun,
Yeah.
actually, spelling, can I share my screen?
Sure. Let me stop mine. Okay, go ahead, please.
No, which one? Oh, wala akong makita ng element.
Enter mo lang. Kahit na-create mo lang yung una.
Ito?
Lagay mo yung element.
Okay, so what you're doing is,
Element text.
that's fine. On the top is okay. Just wait here. You have launched the URL, you find the element dot send keys. So you have sent the first name, right? Then you have sent the last name.
Oh, yung
read
text.
Then you have found the element submit one and perform the click. Then what you did is xpath this dot get text element. Yes, this should work. So what error you are getting?
Actually, it is failing. It's closing and anyway, it will close.
It should not close. So comment this out first so that we can see what is the status, right? Now,
To get text. So, makukuha ninyo yun. So, ito yung babalidate from. Ayan.
Hintay ko mag-visit.
Dapat ka tayo.
see, you got the message. I have done nothing. I have done nothing.
Dapat may timing.
I shared the screen.
So, Vanjana, you got the message.
Okay.
Now, let me tell you what was the problem. There was a problem, but not in your script. When we are running, currently we are not handling the alerts.
Okay.
And whenever you see you launch the website through the code, you have to immediately click the accept button.
Yeah, I did earlier.
So you might be late. That's why it was not able to click on this. Otherwise, now you see it's working fine, right? So you're done with your exercise actually. Here, now what you have to do, after this, you should use assert equals. And one is your element 3, compare it with the hard-coded text. That's it.
Nawala. Kapag
Pagka-send. No.
Hindi ko nga ayun eh.
Hindi pa nakit.
Hindi ko pa kiniklik eh. Pero nawala.
So if you have reached to this point, means you are almost done. You are able to read the value from the screen. Then compare it with your expected result. What are you expecting here? I am expecting this message.
Oo, pero tignan mo ayun o, nandiyan yan yung pinili ko, North America.
Oo. Wala ka pa dun sa bottom 2.
I'm expecting this message.
Hindi ko nga ano. Kinoment ko nga para makita ko ano eh. So, nawala ito. Ito nandito. Profession. Saka experience. Nawala din eh. Pero kanina nandun. Tingnan mo.
Number of experience.
Ito, nag-stay siya dyan.
Selenium invalid selector, experience invalid selector.
Ito, tingnan mo. So, gumagana na.
Nag-green. Nilagyan ko ng print after nito para malam ko na nandun sa...
And then group
Tingnan mo, pipiliin yung pangalan ko eh. Ay, agad, piniling. Ha? Yeah. Oh, yan na. Oh,
paano tumulong sa ano?
nagre-refresh.
Paano kayo hindi po pa doon sa experience?
Nagre-refresh na sa akin. Tingnan din.
Kasi mayroon kang code na hindi naka-comment out somewhere. Hindi papunta doon sa experience.
Oh.
Alin?
Pangarami kang hindi natanggal. Hindi, yung ito kanina hindi ginawa. Ni-refresh ko. Pumunta ka ulit sa website.
Wait, nasa yung experience mo?
Experience?
Yeah, yung 3 years.
I don't have experience.
Saan mo punta?
Ito, profession.
Yan meron ako. Wait.
Click only.
I know. Expat, experience, professional. Ayun no? Oh.
Experience, 3.
Yeah. Pero hindi na siya bumababa. Ang gano'n.
Oh, because you have to click the...
I do.
Ano?
Ang bago. Ito mo lang eh.
Yeah, you
You know, na din no. Yun ba yun? Yung valid exception?
Valid. Oh, valid.
Na. Ay, selected something, right? 3.
Para ba tayo ng ID? ID experience minus 3, di ba?
Yeah.
Resolve yun ng 50.
You're right, eh, no? Ganun. Involved it.
Ako yung taxi. Actually, this one is the same.
Concentration 0 nila. Reading ko. Wala man.
Hindi mo nga.
Bagal eh.
Kasi baka yung sa sobrang bagal. Pag-accept ng cookie. Mas
Pero
mabilis
bilis
siya.
agad.
Oo.
Oh.
Nakuha mo.
Ano yun?
Kasi mabagal mawala yung message. Kasi dapat nyo na lang. So pwede mo maglagay ng space.
So guys, can you see my screen?
Yes.
My this part, can you read this?
Yes, we can see it.
What I'm doing here is, after the click button, I have found that particular string and copied the text here by using find element dot get text, right?
Okay.
Then I have printed this text on the console. This is the first method. If element text equals this, which means test case passed, else test case failed. Or you can do this also. Assert executed message will come and it will return true or false.
Assert equals assert.
First, I'm running this. Now what will happen? If I'm just changing the string. So what I'm saying is, it should fail now, right?
Yes.
Now running this,
It will fail.
there is some problem in the script.
Tignan mo. I think we need to reboot my
No, 1 and 2. Just wait. Okay. Now I'm running this. Now first it should print whatever text was on the screen. Then it will compare it with the text which I have given and will mark as fail, because on the screen something is different and I'm expecting something different.
Yes.
Okay, so I was late. Let me launch again.
Kailangan edit yan.
So let me. So this will work. Can you try this approach?
Okay.
Publishing it.
Yeah.
Okay, you can continue to run your script. See here, because I got this text and I was expecting this, so test case failed. If I change this to this, test case will pass. Okay, guys, where are you now? I have shown you in bets everything, which I was not supposed to do.
Can we take a break?
Okay, no
Arun?
problem. Yeah, sure. So right now it's what's time there? 10:43. 10:42. So 11?
Oh, wow.
11 o'clock, right? Because it will be 17 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
So, but you understood, and this is the way we automate.
Right. And I think we need more on the assert. I think,
Yes. This is the way we use assert.
more
That's
on
it.
the assert. Yeah.
This is the way. That's it. So, idea is of assert is not that assert will just compare. How to get and what to get is important.
Right.
Assert is nothing. Instead of assert, you can use if then else also.
Tarun, what's that text assert executed? I don't see it in the console.
This is just a display message. If you see the syntax of assert here is, this is you can do, right? You can pass two objects or you can pass a string message also. That which will reflect that, okay, assert is executed. Are you seeing this? These are the different variants of assert equal. You can pass two objects, you can pass two double values, long values, two objects, right? And then
it's not showing up in the console. Where is that going to show up?
Yeah, so that at least you know assert is executed. So that's the message. Otherwise, if you see here, expected and actual. So what I'm saying here is, this is
that assert executed? That's a custom message.
Custom message, so that I will know that assert is executed.
Well, where is that displayed? Nothing.
Console,
Not in the console.
console, and in your test case. Status
It's
here.
not showing up.
Status here.
Yes.
So is it running first?
Because you run it first.
No, this is the.
I will change it to
But I'm
this.
expecting this to show up.
It's not seeing it.
Okay. Not there.
Oh, it did this, right?
Or did this, but I'm expecting this.
See, now I'm using this.
No, it only printed this.
So there are different variants of assert, and they all are. Now the guys, one point, currently we are using JUnit. Tomorrow, if you use TestNG, which is also a unit test framework, then TestNG asserts may be different than this.
Oh.
So assert is not the part of Selenium. Assert comes from JUnit. So these are the different assert options you can see. You can choose according to your requirement. If you want to pass two long values and compare, you can select this. If you want to pass two objects, whether these objects are same or not, you can pass this. Then assert array, assert equal, then assert not equal, string message, object, or string message means it will just send a string message in the test result.
So for him, it didn't print the assert message.
It didn't print the assert executed.
It won't
Assert
print,
execution.
it won't print on console.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It will not. It will not print on console. Okay, do one thing. Do one thing. Are you using the assert which is passing or failed?
Passing.
Make it fail and then see the text. Okay. Okay, let's take a break and then we'll discuss this after break. Assert is the easiest thing because that is not related to Selenium at all. Tomorrow, if your organization decides they will use TestNG as a unit test framework, then you have to learn the TestNG asserts. If you are using JUnit, then JUnit asserts, because assert is not a Selenium functionality. It's a part of unit test framework functionality. We are just utilizing it here, right? Okay, so let's take a break now. And see you at 11. See you at 11.
Aaron, I have a quick
Okay.
question. Can we do it now or after break?
After break, we can do it. Because everyone was asking for break, then I also need some nicotine and caffeine.
Okay.
Okay, guys.
Okay. All right.
Bye. Okay.
Hello?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so where are you?
Hey,
We're here.
Okay. So,
Aaron, actually, yeah. Question. So, for me, right, it's failing on the submit one, right? It's saying syntax error, failed to evaluate on the document.
syntax error.
Yeah.
Okay, so show me your screen, please. Because syntax error mainly because of typo or something. Okay, so
Going for this, right?
no, it's not able to find the submit one button. That's the only thing.
Yeah.
So submit one because of that accept. So what you can do, just I'm stopping your share and define a wait. Now here I have defined the wait for 6.1, that but radio button. You can do the same for submit one button.
Okay.
Before performing click, and it will wait. You have to click accept on that, because after this we are going to handle the alerts. Then that problem will go away. Because currently the problem is coming that alert is present, and then because of that alert, your automation script is not able to click on the required button. So you can wait for that element to be clickable.
Okay. So I'm just running it.
Yeah. So one way you can immediately click on the accept button immediately when it's launched, because I'm also getting the same thing sometimes. This part you have to write. And here you have to change the ID to submit one button before performing.
Yeah, I have done that. So still throwing the same error. You want me to share my screen?
No, just I'm running it with the same. Just give me 1 second. See, it worked in my case. So just check whether you have this type of code or not. What we did first, launch the URL. Then I've defined a wait variable with 1000. Then I said wait until expected condition element to be clickable by XPath sex1. So if you see, it might have clicked the sex1 button also. After submit, it refreshes. So that's why you're not able to see it, right? Because after submit, it refresh and give this message. So then I've clicked on this sex button. Then I waited for expected condition to be clickable on submit one button. Once that is clickable, then it will come out of wait and maximum these many milliseconds. And then it clicked on submit one button. Then I try to find the element text by passing the XPath of that particular text and printed that out. If that is matching with this, it will say pass, otherwise it will say fail. But my test case said fail because I have changed this text here. If I change this text back to expected matching, see, if you see here, message in your source was different than this. That is the message I expected I got. But was this? Getting the point?
Yes.
See, this was the difference. That's why it has failed. Expected and actual are different. If I change this was the expected and this is the actual, which is different than.
How'd you get there? How'd you get there?
Just double click on this icon. You see the difference.
That one.
This icon on the message.
All right.
Right? Now, so only problem is that you accept button for the cookie is a notification which is stopping your script to perform the actions.
Yeah, looks like that because it's still not able to find that submit one.
Yes. So, okay. Can you share your screen? I can fix it for you.
Yeah.
So submit one, and your error you are getting is submit one.
So it was wait. That is.
Okay. So wait, you have given 1000 milliseconds and So first I waited for this, then I waited for this, and then performed click. Then you said element text equal to this element dot get text, right? Then you compared, you printed it. Then you said if equals this, then pass, otherwise fail. So I'm saving it and running it. See, you know what? It will fail again. I'm stopping it. Let it fail. See, this one should be single quote. This was double quote. That's why it was not finding.
No, if you look at the top, it's single quote.
I've just done that.
No, the top is there. I'm just looking at the top.
And
the same.
no, and then it square bracket was missing and double quote was missing. Now it will work. But still, we have to immediately click on accept once we see it. Come on, come on, come on, come on.
Let's see.
No, this is not the one, right? Okay. Is not clickable. No, this is not the one, right?
No.
Which one is here?
This, I mean, the button. Sorry, the browser is just
your code.
Code, sorry. Are you on the code, right?
Yeah. By ID, by XPath, then double quote, ID, submit one, then close, then this close, dot click. And wait until it's going to be clickable. Button name submit. Button ID submit one. ID submit one. Yeah, code should work. So guys, is it working for all others?
This is the one code. Sorry. Okay. The code is here, sorry.
So what happened?
Right. It's here. Right.
So did you paste it?
Yeah, it's here. The one with red. Sorry.
It's taking too much time for me to see that.
Can I
Yeah,
come?
please do that.
Yeah, it's here. Here on the code. You want to change somewhere?
Yeah, just change in this ID submit one. Just change this.
Here, right?
Yeah, in XPath here. And then change it to single quote here and before submit one. But why it has given / before and after submit one? Can we go back to the XPath? No, it's not / here. No / here.
Yeah.
Then how come it came there? Again, paste the entire XPath. Yeah. That's surprising. From where you got this?
I think it comes from the experts probably.
So see, the problem could be your XPath is not correct, but the error message is not saying the XPath is not correct, because error message is saying that this button is not clickable, which means that cookies is the could be the culprit. But still, okay, then manually change the XPath. There may be some problem with your editor. So which editor you are using?
I'm using Notepad++. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the best one. Okay, now let's try. Okay, apart from this, everyone is done with this exercise. Have you tried assert?
No.
Please do this, because this is not the assert problem. Now immediately click accept.
Like if engines complete.
It's the same.
Another complete technique.
73 and
Here we go 3.
Sorry, supporting you.
Okay, but what we'll do is we will look at your problem in the break.
Sure. No.
Right? Okay, what about others?
Yes.
I have an like you have one. I'll just work on it during the break.
Okay. Because your code is right, only issue could be the handling the cookie.
Okay.
So that will automatically go away once we reach to the next topic of handling alerts. Okay, guys, should we move to the next topic? Or should we still wait?
Now move.
So are you guys done with your assert, and if then else?
Yes.
Okay. This we have already seen. You can try this, is enabled or is displayed, or you can do perform the action after that. Generally we use wait instead of these. Okay, now implicit wait and explicit wait. Now here you can see in a code, if you write this, then it will wait maximum these many seconds before every find. And then it will drop the error, give the error if timeout exists. Or you can wait for a particular element, define a wait, then say wait until expected condition is element to be clickable, element to be visible. All those are different conditions here. For example, here I'm saying dot. Now here you can say if alert present, or you can say element selection state to be, means this selection state will be used only for the elements where you can select the values, drop down or list. Otherwise it will give error. Or you can say element to be clickable means element is visible and enabled both, which means element is clickable. Or you can say only element to be selected. That's again depends on the type of element. If element is not selectable, then this will not work. Element to be available or element to be visible. So these all things you can use based on the condition, visibility of the element located. Right? So you can wait for element to be clickable or element to be visible and then make a call based on that. But does this mean that it will wait until it will find the X path maximum these many milliseconds? If between that it finds, then it will go to the next statement. Otherwise it will wait for this much time maximum and then say element not found. Because if you can't perform the click, then doesn't make sense to call the click operation, right? So let's wait for this much time. If it finds, it will move. Otherwise it will say not found. Then you will get the error. So these are the different waits we use in Selenium to basically handle the wait command. Right? So here I've set new wait, then alert present, then it will wait for the alert to go away. Now, once we go to the alert, then you will understand how to handle these pop-ups. So you will automatically handle this first pop-up, which is currently causing problem. All right, guys. So can you use all the objects, including drop down, including mouse over, including drag drop, including text box, send keys, including click, including double click? Can you use all those?
Yes.
Okay. So now then, before we move to the next, there is one important topic, which we call it as different XPaths. As you know, you can select or create your, right now you're copying the XPath, right?
Yeah.
So what you can do is, this is the syntax of relative XPath, that you can choose any tag and then write the attribute ID or name or your class ID or whatever attributes are available on the text, and then give the value. So this will become your XPath for a particular object or element. This you might be already seeing, like in this example for here, spect. Now this is your input type tag, name, first name, type is text, right? So type is text and name is first name. So now if I have to create this XPath, I will say name equals to first name. And tag name, what is the tag here? Input. If you don't want to put the tag name, then you can put star. Star means tag name doesn't matter. Or you can put a input tag. So putting a direct tag will help you to find it faster. Star means it will look for everything. But if you say input type tag, then it will only check all input tags and then find this name, first name. Getting the difference between star and the tag?
Right. Tarun, so at name is your custom, or it has to be the type
No.
on the what?
Name, because name is given here property, that's why I am giving.
Right, but it's small n compared to big N.
No, then that's my fault. It should be small.
Okay. Okay. That's
Should
right.
be exactly matching.
Yeah. Okay. Because I thought it's your
No.
your own.
It was my typo.
Okay.
Right. So that's the basic syntax for a XPath. Now you can also say // means tag can be anything, right? You can use contains. Now here @source, then google.js. So where you see the source as Google JavaScripting, which in between in the properties. So you can write here google.js or some BMP file or some JPEG file. So you can mention that file name here, that it contains this file. Or you can say that any image starts with HTTPS, because there may be full hyperlink. So any image type of tag starts with this fixed syntax. Or you can say text, anything which has a text this, then it will give you that element which will have text, this text. Or you can say multiple, star ID is email and name is email. Then it will return you the element which is matching these both criteria. Or you can say or, then it will return you the element which will have either email or the name. It will return you the first element, because if you use this XPath with find element, it will return you the first finding matching this criteria. If you use find elements, it will return you the list of all the elements matching this criteria. Right? Are you getting the way we can create our own expression to find the element? Right now you are just copying and pasting, and which is nothing but this type of thing, right? So here, but you can say, give me something which contains this. Give me all the images type tags which starts with HTTPS. Give me all the text type of element where text is this. Then if you use find element, then it will give you the first one. If you use find elements, it will give you all. Say in one page, there are 3 these type of text. Search Google or type a URL. Search Google on the bottom, then middle, then right. Then it will give you all 4 elements if you use it in find elements. But if you use it in find element, it will give you the first find matching this criteria. Then you can use and or also, right? Then you can use here, this is your type text, and if you use last here, then it will return you the last element, because by default find element will return you the first element, but if you use the last one after this, then it will return you the last one, not the first one. Similarly, if you say find element by XPath, and then this is your expression, all input type where type is text, and then here you can put the index 2. It means now it will not return you the first, it will return you the second found element from the top, right? Now sometimes what happens is, there is one element, there are no properties you can see, so you cannot create a XPath for that. So what we generally do is, we take the previous element and say, give me the element following this element. Then we should use slash following colon colon input. So give me the next input element following this. So now in your example case, last name is following the first name, right? So what you can do is, you can use this XPath and put a tag following colon colon input. So whatever next input will be there, it will return you this, because this is following first name. Then preceding, it says preceding last name input type text. Give me the element which is preceding this, but will be have of input type, and their type should be text. That also you can do. Rarely we use these two, because chances are almost 0 or null that you will not find unique property. You will be able to find either ID or name or contains, all those things you can use. But this is the worst scenario where you may have to use this. So you can create your own expression, and there are the tools available. They are the plugin. So if you go to the settings of your browser, extension, and search here XPath. No, not this. lot of plugins are available. XPath Finder for Chrome. So this is the, you can add this to Chrome. It will be added as a plugin. Add extension. And then it's added to the Chrome. So now if you see, this is the, you can click on any element and then find your element. For example, our website was this, right? So now you see here icon. See here, it has given the XPath. Copy this from the bottom. That's so easy. You don't have to even inspect. Now here, click, it will give you the XPath for this. You go here, click, XPath for this, XPath for this, XPath for this, XPath for this. It's easy, right? Here. And then just copy paste. Got it, guys? So idea is that you can create your own XPath also if you know what you want to do and what information is available. So these are the rules. You can put and, you can put or, you can find with contains, that give me the element which contains this, or start with this, right? So you can say star here and start with HTTPS. It will give you all the elements, first element or all the elements, depends on whether you use find element or find elements, and then you can use text. So contains starts with text, normal one, multiple tags, and or, right? Last element, indexed element with the location, position, following, and preceding. So these are the different options available to create the XPath, and you can create your own expression. 99% copy paste of XPath will work, or this one. Copy paste, still you have to right click, then go to inspect, copy in multiple steps, but this is just one step. That's it, copy.
Can you review again how you get to that XPath extension to add it?
Google.
Yes, just Google it. Go to Google, search XPath Finder.
Oh, okay.
For Chrome. Now remember, it depends on the browser. XPath Finder, Google Chrome. Click on this. You will get the extension. Right now it's already installed. That's why it's saying remove, but you can start. Please do it for yourself. And then you can select the options. You want to highlight the element, auto copy to the clipboard, short ID, X box align, bottom left, how you want to align, bottom left or top, and then that's it. So it will add the extension for you.
Thank you.
And create an icon for you. Done? Okay. Then, now the next part is, if you see your script, everything is hard-coded, right? You're calling find element here, then performing click, then find element here, performing click, right? So modular is basically, you can create a reusable scripts and reuse the same code again and again instead of typing it again. For example, you want to perform the click operation or send keys. What information we need? To do the click, say I will create a fclick method here, right? And pass the object. What is your object? For example, this is your object, right? Semicolon. What you want to do first? First, you want to launch the website. Then I want to type value on which object? Give me any object, say last name. So I want to type a value. This is what you are doing. No. I want to type the value in this object. Which value you want to pass? This. So if I create a method type well within this, then I can just call type well and whatever two parameters on this object, this value, this object, this value. So it will be easy that you will write your code once and then just pass those parameters. And that is called reusable code or script modular code. And it's nothing different. It's normal programming concept. Getting the point?
Yes.
So how we do that? Let me show you some code. Here is one method I have created. For example, here I have created one method where I can say that, okay, type value. You can give any name. That does not matter. So what I'm doing here is type well. Type well, then string my XPath, then string my text. Right? Now in this, when I'm going to call this method type well, now see, this is not red. I'm passing XPath and I'm passing the string. What I have to do is I have to find element XPath dot send keys, and here I will say my text. So you don't have to now type this line again and again. And the benefit is, if in this method I will put any instructions, wait for the element and then that will be only once. You don't have to do it again and again. Like for example, I want to do this. So what I did is I declare the driver, wait until, and in XPath I will pass my XPath. Now see, don't you feel this is now easier to maintain and reusable, because these 2 lines, 3 lines, 2 lines, you don't have to write for everything in your test case. Now in your test case, you have to just call type val and then pass these 2 values. Right? Now, same thing you can do for the click. Copy these 3 and call fclick. What we need in the click, I want to pass this, right? Semicolon. Now I will create one fclick method and pass a my object element, and then it will perform a click for me. So how I will do that? I will copy this method, paste it, name it as fclick, and then my XPath, because to click I only need XPath. I don't need second parameter. Now here I will define the wait, and here I will say dot click. Now I can get rid of now these, because I have done that. Now the same thing, I want to click on this. Then I will call fclick, bracket start, this, semicolon. Now I can get rid of these 2. Now here what I am doing is get text. So you can create a get text method also. Because the benefit of this, if you are not able to find, you can put multiple conditions that, okay, if it's giving exception, which means element not found, it's not able to send the keys on that. There you can cache the exception and then say, there may be a chance that alert is there. Then you can handle the alert. Now you see your code, test code is very easy. Define the URL, type the value, perform the click, perform the click. Now I don't need this also. This is required, yes. So this is nothing different than the normal programming concept. Make the code reusable and modular.
Itarut.
Yes.
So you have 2 fclick there, but 2 different. So isn't that gonna confuse when you use it on the method down below?
No, because what we are doing, first time I'm calling fclick with this object. Second time I'm calling fclick with this object. So it won't be confused, because it will use the parameter and perform click on that, whatever we are sending through parameter. Fclick will receive parameter. Whatever parameter we will give, it will use that, because here we are receiving. First time my XPath will be your sex button. Second time XPath will be your submit button. Then it will say, okay, wait for this object and then perform click on this object. So instead of these 3 lines, we will call just have click, and then it will perform these 3 lines for me. So now see, this is your test case. Are you getting the point?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Can you try it? How much time you need?
For lunch? For lunch? Or? 1 hour for lunch?
So, sorry, Tarun, so the public, it should be under testing or after?
Anywhere, doesn't matter. See, this test is a separate method.
Yeah.
Right? Here, this is my method. This is another method. See, all these methods are, you can keep it here, or you can create a separate class.
Yeah.
Here. And then use them also, put all these method here. Then you should call it as a class dot, whatever class you want to create, class dot typewell, that class dot this. Then you have to call it like that. That's the only difference. For example, here, I have created a mobile action class. And within mobile action, I have created these methods. And in my code, I'm calling so this is another, you can create within your test or you can create outside the test.
Okay.
Only difference will be if you create it outside that test, then you have to call it by class name. This is the class name dot typewell. If you see the same, then you don't have to give the type class. That's the only difference. Right? So for the time being, you can create within your, see, this is your class. So my first test is class, setup is one method, tear down is another method, test is another method, and you have created 2 more methods. So can you create these 2 methods and replace your test code by calling these methods instead of hard coding that? So now see, this is my test case. Okay, why I have used fclick? Because if I use click, click is a reserved word. So that's why I said function click. Or you can say my click. So if I change it to my click, then I have to change this to my click. Now it will match. If you click here, type well, which means it will be running this. I'm calling this by passing these parameters. There is a reason for that. Because once you're done with this, I want you to create, let me show you the steps what I want. I want you to create following methods. Launch browser by passing the URL. Then second method, my click by passing element XPath. And then message. Whatever you want to type. Message to type, right? Text to type, I will say. Then I want you to create type well, then, sorry.
No, click doesn't need
Yeah,
that.
click doesn't need that. Right? Then I want you to create and your test case will have, your test method will have these. Okay, call launch browser and pass the URL, whatever URL you have. Currently you have this URL, right? Your test method will have this. Then type well and so now it should be upper lower same, right? So then you can pass the XPath of first name. Getting the point? So this will become your test case. So see how easy it is to understand first. And you don't have to repeat the code again and again.
Sorry?
Yes.
I didn't understand in your test method, you use like first name equal to ampersand photo. What exactly that demands?
I think that is URL.
Oh, that is a complete URL.
Yeah, this is the URL. Huh?
Okay, okay. I thought like...
No. See, I just copied the URL. That's it. So I don't know the... See, whatever URL, okay, this is the URL. Then copy this. Doesn't matter.
Okay, sorry. Actually, I didn't see the rest of it.
I opened, now I opened the right tab. This is the URL, right? So it doesn't matter. Whatever URL is there, pass that URL. Launch browser will launch the browser. And by the way, you can also add one more parameter here. Chrome or Firefox or Internet IE. But that may become like make your life little bit tough because you have to put a switch case. We will do that later. First do this. So basically you have to create these 4 methods and then you can write the test case like this. Actually, you are already doing this. Whatever code you have to write here is already in your test method, right? So you have to make it reusable. And I have given you 2 examples by writing these codes. Okay, these are the reusable code. Okay, so you want to do it after lunch or how? I have shared these 2 methods also. So now your life will be more easier that copying these and just make launch browser and close browser. Okay. So guys, what's the plan? Do you want to do it after lunch or now?
Yeah, after lunch.
Yeah, because it's a 3 o'clock here and I'm also very hungry. But have you understood the concept of modular code?
Yes.
Yes.
This is the first step. This is the first step for frameworks, because after this we are going to do data-driven framework, but alerts handling is first. After this, we'll do alert handling. Okay, guys, then it's 12:01, right? So 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, see you then at 1. I have a bad habit before the lunch. I paused the recording and now I started now. So you may have missed. No worries. You don't need a live recording. You will always have access to me. Okay, so where we are. Okay, should I move to the PPT instead of the code? Because you all might have copied the code, right?
Oh, yeah, we can do that.
I have sent that in the chat also. So guys, are you enjoying this coding?
Yeah.
Yes.
But now it's kind of confusing.
Sometimes.
If you are not used to coding, initially, yes, that may you may feel like that, but if you are going to be in automation, you have to start practicing the coding. Am I right?
Yes.
think my code is failing on the exception, what we had there before.
They're not even.
Okay. So share your screen, please.
They're not using, right?
Just wait, just wait.
Tarun?
Click on accept, please, immediately.
Huh?
Kids.
Okay. Prospect, but I'm talking to Sarah Bando.
Yes, someone was asking a question.
Yeah, I'll run one more time, then I have one question. Mine is not running, so before that,
Okay.
So not sure. Okay, let me try again.
Okay.
But I will accept it. Sorry. Yeah.
Pass, right?
Yeah.
The only problem in your code was handling the alerts. That will be solved immediately once everyone is done with this topic.
I was able to, can I share my screen?
Yes, please.
Should buy it came all this. Yeah. No, not that one. No, yeah. Yes, that's nothing, but my screen, but nothing.
Okay, please share the screen.
I don't know why it is highlighted after I ran. Water. I know.
That's okay. Just wait. Don't run anything. Just I'm asking for the control. So you're calling launch browser, then passing the URL. URL webdriver.chrome driver. So where are you launching?
I think I passed it.
Driver.get URL was not there, no?
Yes.
Okay, now then you're calling typewell and passing this and your name. So I'm going to typewell. So typewell, my path, my text. Then my path, my text should work. F click, you're passing my path, waiting for my path, and my path dot click, verify text, and WebDriver, you waited until my path, then my XPath dot. Here is the problem. This will also not work because you are not comparing it. Verified text is for the comparison you have found, but what else? It's not complete. Okay, that's fine. Your verification may not work, rest everything should work.
Okay, what I have to write in the verification?
Open the chat and see verify text method. See, what you are doing is you're just finding this text, but you have to compare. You have to compare this, put that in some variable. And then you have to write if then else pass fail compare text is equal to that blah blah blah. That's okay. But if I run this, it should work, but verification will not return anything. That's the only difference. Doesn't matter, right?
Yes.
So immediately once you see the accept, you click on that. It should be somewhere here. Come on, come on. Did it work?
That's the URL.
Yes, it worked. But it did not printed anything because your verification test is not printing anything.
Yes.
You got it?
Yes, yes.
Otherwise,
I think that
it worked. So click the button and then refreshed everything. And previously it was typing.
okay.
So finish your this method and then.
Okay, I'll finish it.
Okay. Yes, anyone else? See, I'm showing you the verify text, which I sent it to you earlier also in the text. Here. You pass these two, right? Variable doesn't matter. You can give any name to this variable.
Yes, correct.
This is my XPath. I have found it and dot get text assigned it to this.
Yes.
Then I said assert equal element text comma this. If both will match, assert equal will not fail. I have printed the element text also. And I have completed these two, that if element text is equals to message, then it will say test case pass, otherwise test case failed. So that at least you know whether it's passed or failed. So these 4 lines were missing and you were not assigning it to anything. And you had written some code before that, which I don't know. Right?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, finish it. Okay, yes. So there are a total 11 participants, right? I could see two scripts. What about others, everyone? Okay, Kapil, your script is working?
Yes.
Then 9252226 Ashwini, right?
Yeah, my script is working.
Working. Then Emily?
Yes, yes, mine is
It's
working.
working for you? Or you're
Yes.
still?
Yes,
Okay. Then Jeff,
Yes.
is it working for you, your script?
Yeah.
Modular script, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. Then Michael?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, then Ravina?
Yeah, finally, yes.
Great. Then next one is SNAL00.
Yeah, Shilpa. Yeah,
Shilpa.
first, No, my installation is done.
Okay, but you are seeing others script and everything?
Yeah, I'm working with Ashwini and Vanaja here.
Okay, great. Then Vanjna, Vanaja.
Yes, just now you fixed my issue.
Okay, so we are all set. We can move to the next topic, right?
Joel, you didn't ask Joel.
Yeah, working answer. He showed us Michael.
Where is Joe? I could not see his name. Okay, I was just following the chat list. That's why. Okay, Joe. Joel.
Yeah, it's working. Thank you.
Great, great. Okay, so I think next topic is alert, which is giving you a pain since morning, since yesterday, I will say. And you're manually clicking on accept, right? So what happens is sometimes when we are running our automation script, unwanted pop-ups, unwanted notification can come from the browser or from the Windows. Can be from anywhere, right? So those are called alerts. So now these are categorized into two ways. One is browser-based alerts, like those cookie alert and all. Another one is Windows alerts. Handling browser-based alert is easy because there are three categories of browser-based alerts. Simple alert, which will ask, okay, cancel, accept, or cancel. Pop-up alert is the second category, which asks any value to be entered, and confirmation alert just ask for the permission, checkbox, and then okay. So these are the three categories of alerts in browsers. So what happens is, whenever you are trying to find an element and you're not finding it, now you have a reusable code. You can create one find element method separately. And if find element is returning exception, then you can first assume that there may be alert. If yes, then you can try to switch to the alert, and then you can dismiss the alert by typing alert.dismiss, or if that won't work, alert.accept, and then move to the next. So in our case, when we were trying to click on the button, it was not able to click because of the alert. Am I right?
Mm-hmm.
So what we can say that where it was on the click. It was in the click method, right? When we were trying to click, sometimes it was saying alert. Because of alert, I'm not finding this method. Now I'm running it without closing the alert. Because previously I was accepting the alert, right? Now I'm not accepting it. Let me see what it says. Let it be there. See, web driver exception, because it's not able to click on that, right? Now, which means this return the exception. So what I can do is, do you understand try catch?
Try. Say it again.
Try catch. No. Okay, then I won't touch it first. First, we will follow the easy method.
Yeah, go easy.
First, we follow the easy method. Try catch may be the next stage. When you know that there are alerts coming, after launching the browser, just Oops, see, I am doing mistake here. If I do this, what will happen? What it should do?
Check with the exercise.
So that's the easy way you can, if you know what type of alert it is, you can handle it at the first. Now I'm running it. It is closed, right?
Right.
By your automation. And now you will not get that error at all. See, this is the easy way. Capture the XPath and then handle it by a simple normal way. But problem will come when you don't know. And for every alert, it will increase your test steps. Right? First, can you handle this alert in this way and run it within 5 minutes? Just you have to add one line. That's it. And let me know once you're done. You have to just tell me, otherwise I will not be able to figure out. Okay, guys, done?
Yes.
Everyone?
Yes.
Okay. Done? No.
Oh.
Now I'm commenting this code. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, so what I'm doing is, in my click method, first I'm trying to ensure if there is any alert or not by getting the text and printing the text. Then I will perform my click. If I run this, it should give me the text for this alert. So no such alert present. So it means this is not an alert, this is a notification. So let me find a website which can basically, it will have the alert. Just give me 1 second. Okay. Okay, guys. Can you see this alert? There is a site demo.guru99 where I entered the customer ID, click the submit button, and now there is alert. I can't do anything else. If you see here. So I have to press OK or cancel. So if I pass this URL to my code, this is the URL. Then inspect, copy XPath and type well. And then So once I type this value, then I called my click. Now see how easy it is to automate any application. This, and then when I do the click, it will go here, and then I will say driver dot once I do the click, say I entered 5230, then click the submit button, and then I want to click the reset. Then I'm trying to reset. But if this reset will not work, then before that I can say driver dot switch to dot alert dot accept. And then I'm just getting rid of these two. So now what's my test case? I will launch the browser with this. Then I will type a value 5230 and deleting the customer. Then I click the submit button. Then after clicking the submit button, I'm not handling the alert. And I'm trying to click the reset button. What should happen theoretically? Typed 5230. It will work till this, right? Then I will try to click this and it will not work because of this alert. See, it's not able to click. I have to handle this first and then it will come here. See, I'm again repeating 5230, submit, OK. Then again I have to press OK for customer delete. So I have to handle the alert twice. I'm currently not handling it. Then it will give error that this is not clickable, right? So now I'm running this. Could not start a new session or invalid address of the remote server or browser startup failure. So launch browser. Maximize it. Enter the 5230, click submit. and click the reset button. Unable to locate the element. Continent. Okay, these will not be there because these are from the previous code. How it worked? I'm surprised. 5230. Click submit. Typically, it should not work. See, you want to delete this customer, but that alert is there. So it's not able to handle this, right? So if you see, alert must be visible somewhere. So if I now do this, driver dot switch to alert except, right? Then what it will do is it will launch the browser, maximize it, type the URL 5230 submit. Now see here, customer deleted successfully alert. It has clicked OK on that alert because I have accepted it. Getting the point? Again, I'm showing you manual 5230. When I click submit, it was showing this alert. If I do accept, it will click OK, and it has shown us this. Now, further, I can tell you before accepting the alert, I will say driver dot switch to dot alert dot get text semicolon. Now this text I want to print. Right? Now you see what alert it has cached. Enter 5230, click submit button, that alert. Now go back to your code. Now there is another alert, that's fine. See, this was the alert it has captured. Seeing this? Do you really want to delete this customer was the text on that alert. Now manually I'm showing you again 5230, click submit. This was the alert. It has captured. Then it performed okay on that. Now there is another alert. Still, because of that, it's not able to click on submit and it gave the error for this alert. Then I will say now second alert I'm accepting. Okay, right now I'm hard coding. We can create this method separately so that we can call this again and again. I'm just showing you how it works. And then I will explain you also theoretically. But now what it should do is it should print the text for first alert, then accept it. Then it should print the text for second alert, accept it. Then it should press the reset button. So launch. Maximize, enter 5230, submit. See, it has clicked the reset button. Now, see, success. These are the two alerts it has handled. Getting the point now? So that accept was not alert, accept was a notification, cookie notice. Have you understood? See, sometimes model, we call it as a model dialog. Model dialog box is a pop-up. So once that pop-up is there, you can't do anything. Then you have to handle it by switching to alert. Now, by switching to alert, you will have different methods. You can say alert accept or alert cancel. You can get the text of the alert. Based on that, you can decide whether I should press OK or cancel. Or if alert needs some input, then you can send the strings also, send keys. Or you can dismiss the alert also. Dismiss means cancel. Cancel button. If it has OK button and cancel, then dismiss will be cancel, accept will be OK. Or you can get the text, or you can send the keys also. Or if it's looking for credentials, your user ID password, then you can pass, say authenticate using then user ID and password. So it depends on the type of alert. So first you get the text. Based on that, the text, you can decide, okay, should I accept it or should I dismiss it? Or should I pass the key? Because that message will tell you what it wants you to do. Now consider this example. The first one says, do you really want to delete this customer? It means it will have two buttons, OK or cancel. Then it says customer successfully deleted, which means it will have only information and OK button. Now here if you see 5230 submit, it has two buttons because it says, do you really want to delete? Okay. Now it's giving a just information, then only accept. First get the text. Based on the text you can make a call. If this is, or you can create a database of all the alerts. If string is this, then do this. If string is this, then do this. So once you read this string, read your database and decide, okay, this string matching this, what action I have to take. I'm just giving the example. In you can maintain a database like this, where you can copy all the possible alerts over the period of time, and say currently these are the two alerts I'm handling, and here I have to say accept, and here also accept, or here I have to say cancel. Getting the point? How you will do this, that is the next data-driven approach. You will understand how to read the Excel. In the next data-driven automation, you will understand how to read the Excel. But if I maintain this, for example, now in my code, here I got the text. Now, if I say, if this text, I'm just writing English, matches this, then I know what action I have to say. Then read this, and then here you can say matches column A1. I'm just giving you really raw level algorithm. Column 1, column A1, then read column B1 text from Excel. How to do this? Forget it. I will tell you in the data driven. Once you read this text from the B1 column is this. Because A1 is matching, then B1 you have to read. Then you should say switch to accept. Because if this is accept, if column B1 text equal to accept, then perform this. If column B1 text equal to cancel, then perform driver dot switch to dot alert dot dismiss, right? For cancel, what was the one? This cancel. Now, have you understood the logic? Currently, you will not be able to do this because we have to understand how to open the Excel and read the information from the Excel, which comes under data-driven Next framework. But try to understand that whenever there is an alert, you can handle it. Now, this code, whatever I had written, should be the part of your click, not here. Before you try to click anything, and if click fails, switch to alert and handle it and then try again. Otherwise, you have to write it in your code before every click. You have a click method, right? You tried the click. If click is giving exception, then you can say that, you can say, right? Okay, so this is not returning. Okay, so I'm not saying click. So you got a web element. If this web element is null, which means you have not found the element. If you have not found the element, chances might be that there is alert present. So there you can say that if web element status equal to 0, null, then you can call all the alert and then try to click on the element. Okay, guys, first tell me, have you understand the concept wise? Forget about how to do it.
Yes.
See, whenever there is an alert, we have to handle it. One way to handle it is write the code in your hard coding way before clicking. You can switch, right? This way. And then once the alert is handled, you click it. But if you do the hard code, before every my click, you have to call this. That's not the right approach. So you can make a separate method, handle alert. And in your my click, if you are not able to perform the click, then you can call handle alert and try click again. So your life will be simpler. But first I want you to try this. So is everyone back?
Yes.
Okay, so are you able to execute the alert? Handle the alert?
Yep.
Okay, so what I want is, instead of accept, try dismiss. In the first one, here. Now, once you do the dismiss, then you don't need this because that's the logic. Why? See, initially we did the accept here. Accept means, let me show you the logic here again. Once we type 5230 and click submit, it shows the alert. When you click OK, then it was showing that another alert, that message is deleted. But if you press cancel, which is dismiss, then it won't show the second alert. It will come back here and it should press reset. Right? So for that, what I did is I printed the text and handled the alert as dismiss. Then it should press reset. So your 5230 should be wiped out.
Okay.
So if I run this, instead of these two messages, it should display only one message and your 5230 should be wiped out. So I'm running it. It will maximize it. It will enter 5230, cancel and reset. See, it has done. Right? And if you see only one message here.
Yep.
Okay. Try it and then we'll move to the tough alert, toughest alert. Then the toughest.
Okay.
And once you're done, you have to confirm whether you're done or not.
Done.
Then, okay. So should we move to the next?
Yes.
Okay. So next is Windows Alert. So as we all know, I think by now, that Selenium can only handle web-based elements. It cannot handle Windows element, right? Now, if you see some application, what was the previous URL? This one, right? If I take this URL, paste it here, and here there is a button choose file. You can easily click on this. Once I click, it will give a dialog box which is not a browser based. That is a Windows dialog box, right? Now, if you want to upload a file or like do anything with Windows operation, what should we do? How? See, I cannot inspect this. I cannot get the ID of this because this is not a browser base. If you see right click on this, no inspect will come. So how we will handle this operation? Have you understood the problem?
Yes.
We don't know the answer.
Because Selenium cannot handle Windows objects. So there is a workaround. What we will do is we will use the Java robot class. We will use Java robot class, which is nothing but a Java based utility which can emulate only keyboard as mouse actions, but we don't know what we are doing. So in this situation, whenever a window dialog comes, right? Whenever a window dialog comes, Selenium is blindfolded. You can assume that Selenium is blindfolded. So we have to guess. So the guess will work something like this. You can right click on this, inspect the button and perform click, because till now we are on browser window. So I'm clicking on this. This is your input file. Copy the XPath, go back to your code, and now I will say my click on this, and so what I'm doing now is launching the browser and my click on this choose file button, right? And the choose file button is this. This button, right? Now, after this, I don't need these two. I don't need these alerts also, and don't need this also. Now, after this, Selenium will not have a control on this dialog box. So first, do this. I'm just running this so that it will launch the dialog box. What happened? Invalid argument. What mistake I'm doing here? I have passed the strain.
Dito rin naman. Nilagay ko lang ulit accept. Yung Windows. Choose Skype.
Ano ginawa mo? Pati
Hindi ko copy. Oh, ito lang yung copy. Di ba yung ano?
the action course.
Ito, right? Oh, yeah, I'm getting that valid argument.
Yes.
So are you getting some error? The error I am getting?
But Jeff is getting it.
You only have 3 lines, the same line.
Yeah, it's the same line. We're comparing. It's the same line. This is working. It's weird. It might be something here. You can see it. Weird.
Clickable. Ten seconds. 1 second. 10 seconds.
This is working. Oh, make it.
Oh, you can still run down. Windows 10, man.
I should have an old computer.
Okay, let's see. That's surprising. Let me know if anyone got the success.
Yes.
I got it. Got it.
So
Towards. It's the same as Emily's code. I don't know.
So is it working?
Yeah, I was able to get that Windows.
Okay. So can you share the XPath in the chat? Because it's
The
working
same.
for everything else, but it's not working for this button, at least for me. I've used the same.
Yeah, it's the same.
I compared it with mine.
See, it's
So it doesn't look like it's
because I'm also using the same XPath, but it's giving error.
by malicious. Please protect privacy. What is your method? Method? Like what is click? Same as here. Same.
And your method is also same, right? Click method, my click, F click method.
Yes, find element by XPath click. File. Mark element 10. Increase it. Yeah, it's an invalid argument.
Let's see. Wow, I'm surprised.
Come in.
Oh.
Dapat gumana rin. Slash code.
Yeah, but it's the only difference.
Wala rin kang Joel eh.
Wala.
Okay, so if it won't work,
Ito lang naman ang button dito. Choose file, di ba? Meron pa ba iba? Choose file. This one, right?
Yeah.
Profile pic.
it's not working. Guys, when yesterday I installed, my browser was 77, today it's 78.
Oh, what's your Chrome?
Chrome?
Yeah.
37. Famous.
Yesterday, my Chrome browser was 77. Today it's 78.
2017.
Yeah, for me also it is 78. It is giving yeah, mine is 78.
So are you also getting the same error?
Yes.
I'm on 78.
But you may have yesterday also you might be having 78.
No, I was on 70 yesterday. I wrote it.
Me 78 actually. The same thing.
Yesterday was 75.
I think the same error I'm seeing version, but
Oh wait.
for me,
Oh, Firefox. Yeah, 78 since yesterday. Firefox, but
it's not even doing anything for me.
kicking. Chrome ka, Chrome. Firefox. Now click.
See, yesterday I had, it's the same one, but let's copy it on the Windows again.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have to now kill all my Chrome driver versions in the task manager. Wow.
Leave Spark out.
15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, okay. That's really surprising. That could be the reason. See, this is the drawback of not closing the browser driver.
Hindi yata used eh. Kaya ko ba't na never used it. Never used it. Click ka pa lang ba? Lang tag-click, hindi na wala na. Click na sa ibang board.
Okay.
Ayun, ayun. Windows.
Let's cross the fingers.
Windows 7.
Okay, so can you show me your code? Share your screen, whichever is working.
How do you share again? Share. Abel. Stop. Stop screen. Can you see it now?
Not now, but it should be showing me.
Oh wait, yeah.
Yes, now it started showing me. So this is the way we capture the screenshots, and you can keep this as a separate code, these two lines. You can create a method, capture screenshot, and in case of failure, you can call capture screenshot.
Dot is not good. It should.
For file utility, you said it's Apache.
Because that Apache utility will help us to find it, to save the file, copy utility. You can use Java utility also. Because this is file utility. It's nothing related to Selenium. You can use any file utility where you can pass these two values. So Apache, we know that is working, then that's why I use Apache. You can use Java IO also.
What are we supposed to do there, Kevin? We're having an
Yes, what's your question?
well, I'm having an error on the file itself.
Okay.
I have a lot.
Show me the code, please. Share the screen.
Wait a minute. Ano ito? Ulit to. Kailangan mag-add nung, yan, add mo yung, add, hindi. Yung nangyari din sa akin. Ito. Yan o. Add to.
So, is there anyone who got success in this code?
We are seeing the same error for the file.
Okay. So I'm still not able to see your code. So it may take some time. Yeah. Okay. So something is being. So now.
Unresolved. It's either you import or run yung add na. Paano malalaman?
I have requested the access. Can you give me the access?
Yes.
You request?
I have just requested the remote control access. Please accept it. Okay. No, I have not got it yet. Or your actually screen might be very slow.
Yeah, it is. That's been my issue.
So what you do is just move the mouse to File and click Control Space click on the after E of the file. Rovina, can you do that, please?
After E,
See, you're seeing File, right? So
not anything, that's the problem. My screen is like blind. Oh, wait. Here? After,
just click on the E of the file, whatever you have typed.
you're getting the error, right? Oh, yeah, I hear. Yeah, after E.
After E.
Yeah.
Now Control Space.
Control space.
Now select Java IO, second one. File Java IO. Double click. It's gone. Now click on S of the utilities. Control Space.
After S.
After S. Now here, second one. Control Z. Press Control Z. Press Control Z.
Exception. IO exception.
No, press Control Z first. Okay, now Control Space. Select the Apache one. Yes. Now add through declaration. Yes, select add through declaration. Now just go down. Save it and run it. And just run it so that we all can see it should work. It should launch the browser, pass the URL. Of course, it should maximize it. So if you want, we can stop participant sharing so that it will be faster for you.
SRC incremental. SRC. Oh, that's why.
So is it working for you? Let us know.
Okay.
So anyone else is facing any challenge?
It's showing some detected like a W3C for me. Can I share my screen?
Yes, please. Kapil machine is fast and internet is also fast. Okay, yes. Tell me what's the problem you're seeing? Okay, you may be running C:/screenshot exist. See, what you're doing is it cannot repeat the same file name again. Next time when you will run it, you have to delete the previous file. So now let's go to your, let me get the access. Let me show you.
Yeah, okay.
No, see, screenshot folder you're storing.
Yeah.
But you have to give a file name also. Here, slash my I'm saving it. And now if you see screenshot folder, that is empty, right? Just run this. It will launch, it will accept, take the screenshot.
Wala naman yan sa paraan. Pa. Pas lang. Single lang. Single tapos.
So here it is passed. Now let's go to the folder screenshot, and you see my screenshot, right? If you double click on this, it will show you this. It means it has captured. Now if you want to run it again, then give it a new name.
Okay. Okay, got it.
Otherwise it will give the error.
Yeah.
Now you will have two screenshots with one screenshot 1 and screenshot.jpg JPEG file. It will accept it. Okay, click accept. Boom.
And we can use that whatever get date.
So you can create a general method. You can get the current date, current time, and postfix that with your file name.
Yeah.
So automatically, whenever it will create a new file, it will create with timestamp. And you can add the test case ID also.
Okay.
So it is done. Now let's see your folder. Okay. So now you have two screens, right? Done? Yes, what about others?
It is not working for me. Can you check?
Yes, definitely I can. Please share your screen. So, file, let me get the access first. Are you sure it is takes screenshot or what?
Whatever it was not working, so I went to your chat and then I copied.
You have the same problem as Joe. CSRC file. Your declaration SCR file.
Okay, just I'm just going through. SRC file, SRC file.
Oh.
SCR.
SCR.
Yes, so change it to SCR. But the problem is not that, no. Problem is take screenshot is not resolved. So let
This is not the problem.
Oh, that one.
yeah. So Java IO is fine. Take screenshot, control space. Oops, sorry.
Screenshot as.
Yes, takes.
Oh no.
It is
Great.
resolved. Then file utility. Just a minute. It should be Apache. Then copy file. What is this? No. C:/ this. Why you're giving comma? It should be simply this syntax. Source file, src file, then new file. So src file, new file, and then the path.
So new file, the path is my path in my laptop where it should get saved, correct?
Yes, yes. So
I just this one, this path.
So src file, comma, new space file, and then braces, path and JPEG file. New file, then braces.
In the same format as you mentioned, we cannot just give our.
No, this comma is not accepted, na?
What
After
file name?
training,
Okay.
// then the file name.
You need,
The directory.
Oh, okay.
So, PDF.
I'm deleting all this. Just wait.
File will get created automatically, but the folder has to create it.
So what I suggest is why you are taking this much big. So you can just create new folder here. That's an easy route. C:/screen. And that's it.
You need to give the name of the file.
1, 2, 3. File name utility, no, file utility. But why it's speaking file name? File utils. Now here we have 1, 2. So one more. See now here, file equal to source file equal to take screenshot driver gets file. File util dot copy file start source file comma new file in braces C:\screen first snapshot dot JPEG. And now add the throw exception. Save it. Okay, run it. Launch the browser, maximize it, click on accept button. So are you maximizing it?
Yeah.
No? No. Yes. Accept button is clicked. Screenshot must be taken already. Now can you go to your code? Okay, go to your screen folder. See first snapshot.spec. Here you go. Okay, anyone else facing the problem? Okay, guys, should we move to the next? I think we are in just closing. 5 more minutes I need from you. Okay, so now if you see your stop share the screen. Now, if you see your code, what we were doing here, for example, you were doing my click, clicking on the header. Then you were calling my type value and passing the variable. So assume that this is your test case. You have launched this browser, handled the code. I'm removing this part. Now you're saying my click, no, type well, right? Type well, right? So you're doing type well and then passing some ID, say first name, XPath of first name, right? Then passing Tarun, right? Then you were doing type well, XPath of last name, comma, right? Now, suppose this is your test case. So once you run this test case, what will happen? It will pass the Tarun in first name field and pass the Banga in last name field. And then you can perform the click operation on submit button. Now, I want to run the same test case with 20 usernames, which means I want to run this test case with these many users, where first name, last name. Tarun Banga. Tarun 2, Banga 2. Tarun 3, Banga 3. Now, if I want to do this, sorry, 2, 3. If I want to run these with 10 users, same test case, what you will do? This is the reality, right? Some one test case you can execute with minimum length of the user, maximum length of the user, in between, then with special characters name, with all those, right?
Yeah.
If you have to run the same test case with these 10 first name and 10 last name, what will be your approach? This is your test case. I can do this. I can copy this, paste it here, then I will say Tarun 1, Banga 1, right? Then again I will copy paste. I will say Tarun 2, Banga 2. I can do this easily, right? But do you think this is the right approach? Okay, for 10 users, you can copy paste 10 times. Now I want to run it with 100 users. 100 first name and 100 last name. So will you copy paste again? No. That's not the right way. So what we do is we outsource the data into data table and make the script as data driven. That we will read the data from the data file. We'll read the first row, run the script. Then we read the second row, run the script. We read the third row, run the script. And that approach is called data-driven framework. Right? So tomorrow, what we will do is we will create an Excel file, which we call it as a data file. And then we will run the same script using data file. So this data file will have first name, last name, 6, experience, continent, submit, and expected result. These columns it will have. So nothing will be hard coded. Everything we will read from here. And then we will call our method to do that in a loop. So guys, have you understood what we are trying to achieve using data driven?
Yes.
Removing the hard coding. So whenever in future you have to add more user for more test data, just add it. Then your same script without changing a code will work. Because it's my name is written, I will not select female. Now, this is the button I want to press. If for each test case I want to see, you can control everything from here. Now the question will be tomorrow we will answer that how to read the Excel file from your Selenium script, JavaScript, then how to read those columns and then use those columns into your test script so that we can run the test script multiple times based upon the number of data. That will be the data-driven framework, that my test is being driven by the data file. That we will do in first half. Then second half, on the top of data driven, there are some drawbacks of the data driven, which we will address with keyword driven. So tomorrow goal is to complete these two frameworks. If you are able to do these two frameworks, you are good to go.
What's the other one? Other framework? One you told data, other one?
Another one is keyword.
Keyword.
Keyword driven framework. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, we can.
So tomorrow goal will be 4 hours in, or maybe I will say 2.5 hours in data driven framework, 5.5 hours in keyword driven. So it will be totally hands on. I will explain the concepts, then I will do it for you, and then we will finish it. And once that is done, then majority of the components of Selenium are covered. Rest is your practice. And then day after tomorrow, if we are sleep, we will sleep. Then we can take day 4 first half also, because we can manage still in 1.5 days, we can manage BDD. Right? So I think we are almost approaching the closing of day 2. So any queries, any doubts for today's session, which I have to address tomorrow morning?
Class was not working.
It's not the robot.
It is the other one.
The other one.
The one from there.
So guys,
That's a robot.
can you practice?
No, but
Can you practice one thing at home today?
the Windows.
Yeah. Say that again.
Windows.
Yes.
Windows Server.
What was your question, please? Can you repeat?
That one.
The Windows
That didn't
Server.
work for you?
The Windows
Alert didn't work.
dialog box.
So that
So adding the photo file, that one it didn't work for all of us at the same there.
Yeah,
that's-
so that I will address tomorrow morning. That I know. That's already in my to-do list. That I will address. Don't worry.
Yeah, you were telling something, don't you?
What I was saying is, can you just for tomorrow, can you create a script which you already have done? That click on the accept, then type first name, type last name, then select sex, then select experience, then click on submit. Just this script. Can you make that script ready in this format? Type well and my click format. Launch browser, my click, type well, my click, type well, type well, type well, my click.
To prepare
All the
Okay.
Whatever you have done today, just ensure that that script is ready with you using these methods. That's it. So today's target is data-driven framework and keyword-driven framework. And one topic which was left over from yesterday, I figured out that, so we will cover that also. And I have sent the message also on the chat.
It's still connecting the chat, so just
Okay,
give it a couple more minutes.
sure.
Did you today's chat? I don't see anything today on today's meeting though.
Yeah, even me too.
Okay, yeah, I will send again.
what?
He sent something in the chat. I think for the Google, it was not working for us. Chrome.
I think the address, right?
Yes.
Oh, the choose file button.
Actually, what happens is I have already shared my screen, so let me show you that when we identify or inspect the button, then it's basically a group, if you see here. So expand that, and the top one is basically, you have to click, you have to choose this one. This is your path. Of course, you have to change this. And then it will work. Because this item input file is a combination of group of two items. One is the label and another one is the button. So that is not working in some browsers. But this is working on all browsers.
So once we take profile picture, then we have to put like next the expert logic which you showed yesterday.
Yes, so I'm showing you the script also. I have already created the script here. So what I did here is I launched the browser with URL, right? Then I clicked on the accept button. Then I clicked on this XPath, which will launch the choose file Windows dialog box. And after this, Selenium will lose the control. Then I have declared the robot Java robot class. Then press the tab key twice, 1, 2, and 3 tabs. Then it reaches to the cancel button and I press the space bar. So if I run this, so it should launch the browser, dead, maximize it, come on. Yes, maximize it, then pass the URL. Now it will click the accept button, closed. Now it will click the choose file button. It launched this dialog box, tab, and one more tab. Okay. Then maybe it is not able to find. It is done, but it was not, it didn't close because we have to increase the sleep. Because you know, Selenium is blind here. It doesn't know what to do because it can't recognize the Windows objects.
Can you show us how do you get the XPath again?
Sure, we'll do that. Just a minute. Let this run finish. Tab, then another tab. Okay, so you want me to show you how to get the XPath, right?
Yeah.
So here you see this button is a group of 2 elements, if you see. Right. So right click and click inspect. If I click here, it will show us the same input file photo name. That is basically a photo. That's not a clickable item. So go on the top of this, and this is the label. Capture this because this is the picture. Capture this, copy XPath, and here you go. Right?
Okay.
So try this, it will work. This is not working, this is working.
So Karan, quick question, it's a profile picture, it's a header name, right? Like the
Yes. Yes.
But not a clickable, so how did that work?
It depends how they implemented. This is not actual button. This is basically a group of two items, image, and they treated it as a button.
Okay.
Because if I try this again, for example, I go here, uncheck this, right? And now if I run it, it may not work. Because some browsers are treating it as an image, some browsers are not. And because our browser was upgraded, so that's why we had to do this change. See, it's not working. It will give invalid argument error. Right? So try this, it will work for you.
Should you open your window, right? Dialog box.
Yes. Let me know if you are facing any challenge.
Tarun?
Yes.
For me, it went through dialog box, but the dialog box is not closed.
So we have to see why. We have to see why it's not closed.
Oh, yeah, it's not tabbing.
That's what's happening to me too.
Oh,
See.
oh.
Once we click here, then note down. Focus is here. Press one tab manually. I'm talking about. Then 2 tab, then 3 tab, and then space. So you have to do 3 tabs and space. Three tabs and space.
We need to do manually 3 tabs, or we need to enter in the code?
No. First try manually. How many tabs it's reaching to the cancel button. You have to then write in the code those 3 tabs.
Okay.
So Tarun, mine is, I have 3 tabs and a space, but it's not tapping 3 times and it's not hitting the space. I actually did a print on the console if it's going to those codes, and it's there, the console printed each of those tabs, but it's not doing it.
Okay. So can we take the code which was shared in yesterday's chat by, I believe, Jeff?
Yeah, I have the same code as you. I just added the print in between.
Yeah, it works.
It works.
Work for me. Yeah, for 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. I use 4 seconds.
Okay, let me do it.
See what happens. Sometimes your machine may be slow, and then you might be pressing tab before, so it could be then increase the delay. So because we have to play with that.
4 seconds, you will see the focus when you click the tab.
Okay. So basically 4,000, right?
Yeah, I tried 4,000. It's really slow. So you can see you can see that the tapping.
Okay. So where you did in between or after?
Both.
Like
so it's
this?
really slow for me. Yeah.
Yeah. So basically it depends on the speed of your machine.
Right.
Of course, this is not the recommended way, but this is the only way. There is another way. You can use any other tool like Auto8. Automate this part from Auto8 and then call that script from your code. But that's basically, again, handling the third-party tool. You may have access to that tool or not, that we don't know. But this robot class is Java class. So it will work. And anytime, whenever you have an operating system dialog box, Selenium will have this challenge. Selenium will have that challenge. Because Selenium is meant for browser-based applications.
Tarun?
Yes.
So for me, I wrote like it was for only one tab. It was working. Like for tab thing, it was only 2 I was written in the code instead of 4. So actually it is working for the 2 tabs itself.
So then add the third tab also.
Why for the third tab?
Because if you see, I'm manually launching it. Cursor is here, right? On file name.
Okay.
If I press one tab, cursor will go here.
Okay.
Then I press another tab, it will go to open.
Okay.
Then I press another tab, it will go to cancel. Then I press space bar. So you need 3 tabs and then space bar.
Okay.
So 1 tab,
It might have clicked on open.
2 tab, 3 tab and space bar.
Okay.
If one tab is working, then it's just manipulating based on the speed. Because other tab will also work. So one quick question. How many participants are attending the training? Because why I'm asking this, I generally keep a count on how many total I have trained.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
When he's taking it from home.
Huh?
When he's taking it from home.
So Michael is from home. So there's 8 of us.
And yesterday
And
also
that's 9.
9. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because with this 9, my total count will become 14,100 something.
Wow.
Oh, you've trained?
14,000?
Yeah. Yes. Let me see the count. So if I add now plus 9, now it will become 14,163. After adding this 9. Okay, thanks.
So for how long you have been training?
Around 9 years, 8 years. Before that, I was in a delivery. Okay, did it work?
Actually, it is working. If I put either way, let me. I did nothing.
So another question, do you have a mobile application also to automate or only web-based?
We have mobile. We have mobile.
Because you can use appium on the top of Selenium to automate the mobile app. If you want, if time permits, on the last day, I can give the demo of that. It's exactly same as Selenium.
Yeah, we need that.
Yeah, that's not the part of our curriculum. There is a separate 2 days, 2.5 days, in fact 3 days course for appium, which covers appium on Android and iOS both. But at least I can give you a quick demo so that at least you can understand that. Okay, so let me know once you're done so that we can start.
We can. Tarun?
Yes.
I don't know. for me, either if you put one tab, maybe because I'm putting like driver.close, it is closing the window.
Yes,
Even if I put tab, it is closing the window.
I'm in a meeting.
It will close because
it will close because it will close.
you have to comment it out.
I forgot something. I have to come back, but I need to train.
Hey, Wang, we can hear you now.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Oh, the highlight. So how come I need to know that whether it is failing? I want like it should.
See, you are blind in Selenium. You are blindfolded.
Yeah.
You don't even get a message back that yes, something worked or not. It's just one-way tunnel. It's one-way tunnel. That's it.
So I was just trying, like my dialog box is either of that because of close, it's closing it, right? I want to see whether it is a one tab it is working, two tabs because
Just comment out your driver.close. This one, which one?
So I'm getting an error that WebDriver exception, Chrome not reachable.
Can you share your screen?
Did you have you can share it. Is it yours or?
Yes.
So it means your dialog box might not be closed. That could be the reason.
Do you have it open a while ago? Do you have it open? The dialog box
Dialog box is,
a while ago?
no, it is all closed.
Okay.
Website on created.
For me, it worked for a few times, but now even the file upload is not working for some reason.
So go to the task manager, kill all your Chrome driver instances.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Please.
Now it has three tabs, still it is, I did commented as driver.close. Even after three tabs, it is not taking. The dialog box is still remains the same. Yes, it's there. So I want to driver.close, but it is closing it, but I want why it is not closing after three tabs.
After the touch
Yes, it's scanning. Do you see that it's scanning?
Yeah, it is started.
Like all the data cancel?
No, it is there in the open itself.
Yeah, that's what's happening to me too. So it's not doing the third
one, yeah.
And then it's executing the space. For some reason, I'm playing around with the time. So
Maybe if you put one more tab.
So, Tarun,
Yes.
so this is Wang. So we're just rerunning the failed exercise yesterday, the one, the code from Jeff. The
Yes.
only code that's working was Jeff's,
Yeah.
right? And we just had to edit the sleep from 2000 to 1000.
No, you can keep the delay more also. That's not a problem. See, if you see the screen, this is the delay I have added.
one more.
Yeah, even I had it, one more.
The thread. Oh, okay, wait, I missed that.
How many do
Okay.
you have?
Three. No, I didn't
I'm
want-
getting.
One, two, how does that use?
Oh, okay, wait. Thread sleep 2000. And
It's
then
after three tabs.
four.
After four tabs.
Okay, let me edit my.
Because what I've noticed, your network speed is slow there.
Or is it?
Okay. So your test is which one? This same one? JUnit 1?
Yeah.
Okay, so what you did here is After header, you declared a robot class, and then tab, tab,
Sa'yo ba? Gumagana? Parang I had to close my Eclipse and reopen it.
It works on 4 now.
Huh?
I had to close the Chrome.
The front
I had to
driver?
do 4 for some reason.
Yun ng ano, tulad delay, yung open ng window. Lagyan mo na ng delay doon. Oo, before na.
Ako delay ko before and after.
Yung sa may ano.
Before the press or, oh, ako naman balik. Here.
After ng click. Photo.
Para sigurado. Okay, 5 seconds. Tapos makikita mo pa yung mag-move yung focus.
I'm still getting invalid arguments.
Oh. Did she get the new expat? You tried the new expat, Wayne?
The what?
It's in the chat, the new expat.
Oh, okay. Expat.
Expat for the text. For the choose file. Profile.
I don't. No, I didn't get. Do you mind sending to me through Teams? Yeah, I think because my Zoom was closed during that time.
It worked on 4 too.
Sorry.
Are you sending it yet?
Ems, can you send that new expat?
I'll send it to you.
Thank you.
See if I can get it.
Yeah, that's what I
Training again.
I just put all the.
What year is that? This one.
That's the one.
So this is the one for
Button click.
that field.
Yes, button
Yes.
click.
Okay.
Yeah, 3,000. But the delay on the first should be.
Yeah.
Just put the thread on the beginning. Yeah, because the window takes a while.
Instead of putting thread or shape, directly putting that would be much better. Because if you put 4 tabs, it's working.
Oh.
It's better to go with 4 tabs rather than thread or shape. Because you're making your code slow.
Yeah. I don't know.
Making it shape, right?
But what if it's
What if it's
fast?
You're gonna fix the last.
Sorry, it's still running.
Looks like
Very good.
So the expected result is that it hits the cancel button, right, and then goes
Yes.
back to the screen.
Yes.
I think my thing is stuck in cancel. So that means I need another tab, right?
Okay.
Yeah, my script stopped at cancel button being highlighted.
Then spacebar is not working, right? So insert some delay.
Okay, all right.
Wow.
Letter BKA. Sorry. You understand?
No.
BKA.
That's why not.
I think you can proceed if you're only waiting for me, because I think I just added that thread 4,000. and
See,
that didn't work.
as long as it's one tab is working, rest all is manipulation. If you
Yeah.
are able to
Thank you.
launch the browser and one tab is working, then it's basically just a question of manipulating it,
Okay, yeah.
right?
I just added that and I'm running. So I think I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. So Ashni, we have to debug why it's hanged somewhere. So it's basically not even reaching to that part after clicking this.
Yeah, that's what.
Okay, so what I will do is I'm copying your code
Okay.
and I will run it on my machine and then figure out during the lunch break. I have
Sounds
made
good.
a, right? Or you can
Yeah.
send me this code,
I can send it.
right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay,
Thank
what
you.
about, sure, what about others? So can you launch the window?
Yes.
And
Yes.
one or two tabs are working.
Yes.
Yes.
Then you have to see why it's not working, because of network speed or because of delay manipulation. It will work eventually.
It's basically working sometimes and sometimes it's not working. So
we can't control that. So if you really want to control that, then there is another option. Let me type that. Auto it is a tool. Auto
Okay.
it is a Windows automation tool. So what you can do is you can recognize the Windows OS elements in Auto8, right? And create a separate script in Auto8 tool for this dialog box. I'm just giving you the process.
Okay. And it is a free, right? Or
Call that script from your Java test as JScript executor. That will work because now you have used another tool, third-party tool, and there you can recognize the elements and do all those things. But again, that's learning of another tool. And 99% you may not see these type of things a lot. Only just file upload case or file upload only case where you see the Windows dialog box. Because Selenium is meant for browser-based application, not meant for Windows application. Right? So once you create a Auto8, I'm showing you that link in Auto8. So this is GUI automation tool. No, this is not Auto8. This is Auto8. So if I will download. Let me show you. I can quickly. So I'm downloading the English version. So it's setting. I'm setting up. So if you want, I can upload this file into Google Drive if you want to try that.
we'll download it from there. Anyways, yeah, from the Work Technology side.
Right. So what happens is you need to install it, and then you can automate your window. Then you will get file name. Then everything you can control the way you are controlling in Selenium for web app. Same way, Windows app you can control it from here. Once you do that, then what will happen is from your JavaScript you can just Google JScript executor code. And then call your Auto8 script after you launch the button, because then Selenium will lose the control and Auto8 you will get the control. Right? So that's the process.
Okay.
Because everyone is helpless in Windows-based operating system dialog box through Selenium. It's not only you or me, it's everyone. Okay, there is another option. Once we see the appium is on the top of Selenium. In appium, there is a driver which supports
the tool to help us for the Windows-based application.
Yes.
Good.
This is good for Windows-based application.
So how about for the MacBook?
Huh? For MacBook, you have to use MacBook UI automation tool. So
Sorry, can
Java,
you say that?
for the Mac, search for the Mac automation tools. Like Windows automation tool, similarly Mac. That was the reason I was recommending robot class, because robot class will be blind, but if you tune it properly, at least you can do your work, because that will not be much, 1 or 2 dialog boxes in maybe 1,000 test cases, right? Once you start automating your test cases, you can see how many Windows dialog box or Mac dialog box we are getting. With this, you can handle both robot class. But if you want to use third-party tool, for Windows, you have to use another script. For Mac, you have to create another script, like that.
Okay.
Right? Because they are operating system specific tools, not the browser based. Right? Okay. So now come to the next topic, data driven.
And before we go there, I just had a question.
Yes, please.
If you want to take a capture screenshot for a certain area, how do we do that? Like, right now we are only taking a complete JPEG image of the complete page, right? Like, for example,
Yeah, I understand that. Unfortunately, I did some research and could not find any good way to do that
okay.
in Selenium. So at least if we take everything, then you can manually highlight that area and then crop it.
Okay, what was the question again?
Can we take a specific area on the screen as a screenshot?
Oh, okay. Like, did I say highlight something and?
Yeah.
Oh, the only reason I asked is, like, for example, if I'm looking at the expected result in that particular thing, and we need to match that. So just curious.
See, again, you can define the rectangle, but again, on the screen size, that may not be the right approach. Are you seeing this code?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
That's not the right approach. Because now you can half it or 1/3, but corners, but again.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions before we move to the next topic?
That's it. I'll catch up separately with you sometime.
Sure, sure. Okay. Okay, so the next topic is data-driven automation. As we discussed yesterday, if you have one script, say you have one script which is, this is your one script, for example, where you have written all those that you have launched the browser and all, right? Now, this is your one test case which you want to execute with multiple set of data. So one easy way copy the test 10 times and change the data. But maintenance will increase. If there is some change in the code, you have to do it 10 times, right?
Yes.
So that's not the right approach. So what we should do is basically create a framework where we can run the same script with multiple set of data, which means data parameterization. So we will outsource the data in data file. So how we do that? You can modify your script and take the test data comes from external source, basically. That comes from the external source. Now that external source can be spreadsheet, can be text file, can be database table, or can be JSON, can be anything. You have to define the connection string for that. It's nothing related to Selenium. Basically, you have to define how you can open the data source. And once you have opened the data source, read those values, pass it in the variable, and then you can run your script instead of hard coding data. For example, I'm just removing this code. What we had yesterday, we launched the browser, then we click the header, right? Then my click, what was the next thing? Enter username, right?
Yeah.
First name.
First name.
So do you have that script with you where you entered first name, last name?
Yes, we have. Yes.
Can you please share that on the chat?
Yeah, I can share.
Please. So basically what you are doing here is after the header, this is your code, right? So
Yes.
now what I'm doing is after the header, I'm type well, and let me see what's the name of my function. Type well v small. So instead of changing that, I will change this one so that it will work, right?
And click, I think, my click, for you, my click.
Yeah, so this I will replace with my click. So now what this will do, you are clicking on the header, then you're typing where first value, first name, then you're typing last name, then you're typing, selecting the checkbox for radio button for this, then you are selecting the checkbox for experience, then you are selecting the profession.
Yes.
So profession is
Automation.
manual tester or automation, right? Then you are clicking on tool 2. Tool 2 is,
I think, the submit button.
where it is.
Except for doing continent.
Not for simple button, I think. It is for the submit. I think the submit button 2 might be button 2.
And is it working for you?
Yes, it's working. No, sorry.
Okay, don't worry. I will take this, right?
No, we have a drop down. We're doing the continent too. I don't have profession, I have the continent.
That's okay. Doesn't matter. See, idea is that you have one test case where you enter all this and submit the data, right? Then you are pressing say button 2. So once we press button 2, then you are verifying this, right? This is your one test case. Now I want this test case to be executed. So if you see the code, these are the major things, right? So what I want is first name, last name, sex, experience, continent, okay, forget it. What we have instead of continent here, profession. Profession is either manual tester or automation engineer, right?
Yes.
So So if you see the experience column, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, only these options are there. So I will say 1, 2, 2, 3, 5, 7, 2, 4, 6, 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 3, 1, 4, 7. Right? Then we have sex is male or female. So right? Right? Then submit button 1. Say I will do submit button 1 or 2. 1, right? What else we have? If I do this submit button, then I'm getting this message, right? So this is my expected result, right?
So are you just doing the same submit button for everything, or
Yes.
those are different submit?
No, one test case will be the same exact steps, right? You can do different also, but I'm going to do the same. In fact, I don't need this column at all, because submit button can be the part of test case. Only thing which is changing should be captured here. So this is my data, right?
Okay.
Are we entering any other thing? So this is my
Okay,
first.
so we don't have
Let's go.
to do anything with the date and the continents then.
No, actually, if you have, then you have to add it here. See, right now, if you see the script, in my script, I'm adding these. Profession, experience, sex, first name. Where is the first name?
First name is before
The
that.
one
This is
below,
first name.
or I mean above, yeah.
Yeah, so this is my hard-coded data. See, my first name, last name is hard-coded, then this is hard-coded, then this is hard-coded. So all these are hard-coded, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what I want is, I want to move this from hard coding to the data file. So now what we will do, we will read the Excel sheet. This is my data sheet. I'm renaming it. Okay. So what I will do in the code, read the Excel data sheet, right? Then we will get the row count. How many rows are filled in this data sheet? It will give me this row count, total 17. Then I will make a loop, for loop from second record to end of file. I'm just writing the logic. This is not the actual code.
Yeah.
Then I will read the loop is say I, second record to end of file. Then I will read ith row, and ith row will be this when we start the loop. So I will read first name, last name, and all these. First name equal to column 1, last name equal to column 2, then sex equal to column 3, then profession equal to column 4, and expected result equal to column 5. And then next continue loop. Now once you read these values, then this will be on the top after launch browser. Then I will take this code and put it in the loop. And here what I will do is, this is the data. I will change it to first name, last name. Now are you getting the point what I'm trying to achieve here?
Yes.
Then now here you can copy this in the data. Six one is female, right?
Yes.
Yes.
And male is sex 0. And experience 6. 6 means you might have selected this, right?
Mm-hmm. I think 7 I selected. 7, that is.
Okay, 0 to
7.
0 to 6, 0 to 6. It
Yeah.
might be 0 to 6 then.
Yes, 7.
So basically 0 to 6, right?
Yes.
So I will say This is 0. This is 1. This is 7. Right? Then profession will be either 0 or 1. This is 1. This is 0, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if this is my data sheet, and if I read this row and put it in these variables. So first time when my loop is 2, my first name will become Tarun, last name will become Banga, sex will become this, experience will become this, profession will become this. And if I just write here sex, then this is your experience. Where is my experience here? First name, last name. So column 1, column 2, column 3 is sex. So column 3 is sex. Column 4, 5. Column 4 is experience. And column 5 and column 6, right? Now here if I write experience and here if I write the variable profession and click the submit button and continue the loop, what will happen? Now tell me guys. Assume that you understand how to do these things. Then the same script will run with multiple set of data based on the data in the Excel file. Have you understood this concept first?
Yes.
Yes.
So this is basically data is coming from the data file and we are running the test based on the data.
Correct.
Got it?
Yes.
Okay, now come back to this. So what we do here, this is what I have shown you with example. This is my Excel sheet. I have to open the Excel sheet, then call my test script based on the number of data, and then it will run multiple times. This is the diagram of whatever I have explained to you. Any doubt in this approach diagram? You have one test script, and then first you open the data source that we will do, and this is your test method. It's running based on number of entries in test data sheet, and then it will perform the actions for you. Got it?
Yes.
Yes.
So this is basically benefits are parameterized test can be run many times with different input data. Test data is now separated from the test script, so lower maintenance cost. If you have to add or modify or delete the data, you can do it in the data source. You don't have to touch the code. Tester can update, manual tester can update the data, those who can't understand the code. And automation engineer can manage the update the scripts if required. Test data can be created before you have automated it, as long as you know the correct format of the data. Utilizing a modular design and using files or records to both input and verify data, reduce redundancy and duplication of efforts. That you have already done. You have created the reusable code. Now within the reusable code, we are reading the data from the data source and passing and calling the methods. So that's the benefit, but there are some disadvantages. It needs some more planning. Before you plan, before you start automation, you plan, okay, what type of data we need, how we create the data source, and that's the only thing. And to create the script, you need to understand how to open the data source. So you need scripting expertise also. Right? So you have already created the test using scripting model. This one, which we had seen. This was your test, right? You have already created this one test. Now, if I comment this out, then it will work, right?
No.
It won't work.
You have the loop, right?
Yes, it won't work, right? So now let's see how we can make it work. For that, there is a Apache library. We call it as POI. This is the name of Apache library, which will help you to read Excel file. So first, what you need to do is go to poi.apache.org. poi.apache.org. And download it. Click on the download. And
which one?
this one, binary distribution, POI, bin, the latest one. It will give you a zip file. Don't download the source. Now, and you know what?
Like which one? Second.
This one. Zip file for Windows. Once you download the zip file.
The second one?
Yes. Second one says POI bin 4.11 2009 1023.zip.
So after that it is taking us to Apache Mirror TD.
Yeah,
Should I download that?
the first option.
Let me show you.
Yes, it's done.
So the latest one, once you download, then click on the zip file, right? Then click on the highlighted link here and unzip it.
Oh.
Unzip this file.
I'm not seeing that.
Any linkage file or you have a separate, you were showing some other link, so just curious. The first one was different for us. Yeah, so you're saying mirror dot.
You can choose any mirror, no, doesn't matter.
Okay.
See, if you click here,
You can
then choose the mirror or any
We
mirror
choose
you can choose. You can choose download this. So it will download the zip file for you.
It will give you the same.
Everything will give you the same file. So once you have downloaded, I have already downloaded. You want me to put it on Google Drive? I can do that.
No, it's fine.
Because my speed is 100 Mbps.
It's downloading. Sorry.
Okay.
We're downloading.
Okay. And for safer side, I have uploaded it on the Google Drive also.
And then just click on it once we downloaded it?
Yes.
And
then it will give you something like this that depends on the operating system. You have to unzip the file. Unzip file and put them in some folder, say POI.
yeah, so I have the folder POI dashboard, that one. So I'm seeing 3 folders and some jar files and license and notice.
Yes, that's the thing you need to do. Once you have downloaded, then you have to go to your project and add those jars like this. Right click on the project name. Okay, let's see everyone has. Are you seeing those jar files?
No, that's still downloading for me for 1 second.
Okay.
It's 38.6 MB, so.
Yeah. Okay. So if you want, you can let it download and have a coffee break.
Okay.
So that we can utilize the time.
That's okay.
It's
good idea.
It's 10:21, right?
I'm still downloading.
So 10:21 plus 15 minutes, 10:31, 10:36, right?
Okay.
Okay. So let's take a break.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay. So is everyone back?
Yeah, we're here.
Okay. So once you download, you will see the different jar files. You will see these jar files.
Yeah.
Right? So what you have to do is you have to go to your Eclipse. I'm going. Right click on your project.
I can barely hear you.
Okay, is it better?
Yes.
Okay, so you have to go to your Eclipse and right click on your project, build path, configure build path. Click on configure build path. Then click on libraries tab, add external jars. Now here you have to download the POI library which you have unzipped. Let me unzip. I have not unzipped it.
In the library or just the jar or just the complete folder?
Yeah,
I'm just doing that. You have to add the jars from 2 or 3 folders. Let me tell you one by one.
Did you say Java build path?
No. See, again I'm going. Right click on your project, build path, configure build path, click on configure build path, then libraries, then add external jars. Click on add external jars.
Okay.
And wherever you have copied or downloaded your POI library, enter there. Because currently I am unzipping, so
Where it is, I can't find
It started snowing here.
Oh. Well, you know.
So did you unzip your file?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mine is taking time.
I imported all the jar files, whatever is in that folder.
Okay, not only the root one, you have to
Yeah.
see.
Yeah,
There
three
are
folders.
there are
In the
three, four folders. So first you need to add all these jars.
Yeah.
Then go to the lib folder, add all these jars.
Mhm.
Then check any
In the-
XML lib, add these jars. 3 folders. You have to add all the jars.
Yes.
just the jars, not the folders.
You can add the jars. That's the better way.
Okay.
Go to POI folder, add the root jars first, right? Then go to the lib, add those jars. Then go to the WXM lib, add all the jars. I'm not doing it for the time being because I'm waiting for all copy.
Tarun, I have a question because when I go into my downloads folder, so if I
Yes.
click on the zip, it displays a subfolder, and then I click on it, it shows the docs live and all the jar files. But then
You
when
have,
I add them,
no, it won't show. You have to first unzip it, which is what I am doing.
So apply and close and so again you have
Double click on zip. See, double click on the zip file, or you can right click on the zip file from the download and select extract all. Give
okay.
it a name, say C:\POI and extract. No, it will,
Yes, I
because
did that.
I'm canceling this.
Oh, I thought I did this already. All right, looks like I didn't.
Sorry, all the children, all the
Okay, I just followed you then.
Because this library will help you to read the Excel file and read the data from the Excel file. Yeah, it's almost done, 58%. Sorry.
Later or later?